This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Good morning, boys and girls. We are ready to rock and roll. Yes, sir. Sean Stanley, of course, the man that masters this program, this platform every single day. Thank you all, as always, for downloading the show anywhere you are in the world, any time of the day, night, or weekends. Thank you all out there. Those of you tuning in live every single day or any day that you do, thank you for your incredible commitment to our channel and supporting us so we can continue to grow. Help us get to 20,000. We want to get to 20,000 subscribers. We are at 17,300. Let's go. Let's get it to 20, baby. Anyway, we got, man, today I'm putting together the show this morning, and it's just like, okay, I want to talk about this, and then I want to talk about this, and I want to talk about this, and I've got so many different things to attack and talk about today, on the show. Obviously, yesterday, we saw the Heat lose to Atlanta. We saw the Panthers beat the Sabres, right? What was it? It was the Sabres, right? Yes, it was the Sabres. That was good. And then we saw Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel address the media. Pretty much, there was nothing there earth-shattering overall. We'll go over their comments. We'll go over some of the things that they said, and I will give you my impressions on some of the stuff they said. Last night we were, some were awakened. Others were, noticing it. And the rest of us saw what we've seen in the past many, many times. Father Time comes, knocks on that door. Psst. Hey, Muhammad, you there? Just want you to know, you're kind of losing it. You probably should step away from the ring. Happens. Hey, Joe, how you doing, buddy? Listen, you might want to keep that coat on. You might want to keep the shades on. Get away from the sidelines and go back to the Players Club. Go hang out. Go buy back into the Players Club. Buy your club. Go out there, hang out. Do what you need to do. Go TV specials. Father Time. Knocking, baby. Sugar Ray Leonard, hey, listen, you can do whatever you want, but I'm here. I'm telling you. That Andrew Toney kid's going to make you look terrible. I think his name was Tony or something. Was it Andrew? Am I confusing it with the Sixers player? Right? Wasn't he Andrew Toney also? It was some kind of Tony, wasn't it? The guy that made Sugar look really silly in the middle of the ring. Oh, hey. Willie, how you doing? You know baseball loves you, Willie. You're fantastic. Don't do it. Don't go to the Mets. Not going to be good for you. So I've been talking about this for the last, I don't know, week, maybe 2 weeks, that whoever signs Tom Brady's next contract is going to watch a player implode. And I am 100% behind that. And you watch the season, you watch him play, you can see he's losing it. And last night, you saw an old man already at this point. He says it's going to take a while, My man Jim Nagy from the Senior Bowl is like, oh, Tom's not going to go out like this. You'll see him in 2023. I tweeted right back to him. I said, man, Father Time's knocking. You either listen to him or you don't, and you're going to look like Muhammad Ali, and you're going to look like Joe Namath in a Rams uniform, and you're going to look like what you shouldn't look like, because that's not the memory that people want to remember you by. I don't want to see Marino with bone spurs in his shoulder. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it in a remedial offense that they know exactly all their calls because Jimmy Johnson's a knucklehead. I don't want to see it, right? Well, it's up to you now, Tom Brady. Okay? It's not going to kill me like it killed me with Sugar Ray Leonard and Dan Marino. Those killed me. Okay? Sure, I admired Muhammad Ali. Sure, I admired Willie, but I was younger in those days. But the Sugar thing and the Marino thing, that bothered me, man. Because those are my all-time favorites. And to watch them get old before me was no fun. So anybody that's a Tom Brady fan, last night came knocking. It's been knocking all year. It's telling you it's time to go. So it's up to Tom Brady if he wants to make the right decision. He's going to look like a complete idiot next year. He's going to look like an old man playing a game that already has passed him by. It's up to him. He wants to do that, go ahead. He had no business coming back this season. This is what you call bad karma with Tom Brady. You were an asshole. You were a selfish asshole. You ruined your marriage to a woman that loves you. You had a perfect marriage. And yet you were more married to football than you were to your family. Once you got that title in Tampa, you got nothing else to prove, dude. An 8th title wasn't going to do anything for you at all. And this would be so Raiders for them to sign Tom Brady at this point after seeing what you're seeing. And if Josh McDaniels is that stupid to think, no, we'll do right by Tom, we'll surround him with what he needs. Dude, he's already becoming a half second late. He's already moving even slower than he was already, and he already was moving like the Statue of Liberty as it is. In fact, I think the Statue of Liberty has more mobility than Tom Brady does. So it's up to you now, Tom. Dude, your career's impeccable. Don't do it. That's all I'm going to tell you. Don't do it. I've seen this story before. I've watched this. It was going to happen to you because it happens to everybody. Nobody is above Father Time. You've already cheated it more than you should have cheated it. and you got that championship. Once you got that championship, you're done, dude. You added GOAT on top of GOAT when you went to Tampa. There's nothing else you need to prove to anybody. What you should have done, moron, was you should have retired last year when you said you were going to retire, and you would have been a happily married man. And the only thing that would have been bad for you was the $40 million you lost on the FTX scandal. That's it. And that ain't shit for you and Giselle because you got so much money, it doesn't matter. You can overcome that and write it off, actually. So it's up to you, Tom. You want to be a moron? You go ahead and be. You're already a king-size moron. Okay? While you're the GOAT, you're also a freaking dumbass. A selfish, ignorant dumbass that shit on your family for football. So you already screwed up. It's up to you. How much more do you want to screw up? You already look like a horse's ass. Now, do you want to be the ass? You keep going, buddy, because you know what's going to end up? Not only will you look old, you will break down next year. Okay? But that's up to you because you're going to try to kill yourself to make it, and you're going to find out that this uphill battle is too much for you. So do some meditating, go to some Buddhist temple or something, go find yourself somewhere, go plead. I know you got a new girlfriend already, but, well, who knows? It may have been too late already. The Brazilian woman might have moved on in your eyes. You married a Latin woman. They're a different breed, buddy. They will carry a grudge for a long time. Latin women, oh, doggy. Yeah, no, you're screwed. Now, let's talk about the other Tom Brady factor, okay? And this is why I always say nobody keeps up with what you guys say, okay? Besides the dumbass, the king-size dumbass named Bruce Beal, and the other king-size dumbass named Stephen Ross. Look, I don't care what any of those guys do on the business side. We're talking sports here, okay? Those guys are king-size dumbasses. In fact, let's put it this way. My pinky toe forgot more about football than Bruce and Stephen combined will ever know. Than Bruce, Stephen, and their entire families will ever know, okay? I know more about football in 1 week of watching football when I was 12 than Bruce Beal and Stephen Ross and their entire families combined. So those two idiots, along with a whole bunch of you idiots out there that wanted Tom Brady last year, not this year. I'm not talking about this offseason because you got to be really king-size stupid if you want Tom Brady now. But those of you that wanted Tom Brady last year, oh, my God, you would have given up picks because he was under contract. And you would have traded for a guy that was in a mess, in a divorce, playing like shit, looking old and done after 1 year. Where Tua, even with the games he played, outplayed and was way better than Tom Brady. And Tom Brady has Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, and they even brought him what's the Julio Jones guy? Okay? So the Scotty Miller, right? Is it Scotty Miller, right? Yeah. The little fast kid, they made him the fourth receiver. You got a couple backs, you got what you needed, right? And he still looked like shit. He can't find Mike Evans, dude. He can't hit the side of a barn with Mike Evans. You think he's going to keep up with the speed of Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle? That thing will be 3 yards behind each one of those guys every single time. You wanted Tom Brady's old ass. How many of you now on the chat board? How many of you are going to text me, email, and DM me and say, I was one of those idiots that wanted Tom Brady? And you would have forced the team to give up picks also. So the same picks you lost for screwing around trying to get Tom Brady, you would have lost even more than a first and a third for Tom Brady, for an old ass, broken down emotionally, physically Tom Brady. A broken down goat. A goat with half a horn. A goat with like half a set of teeth, too. Should have gone to Morius Dental. Maybe they would have saved that goat. So where are you? Where are you people out there? Hey, I wanted Tom Brady. I'll take Tua Tagovailoa over Tom Brady. Last year, next year, the year after that. But I'll never hear from any of you out there that wanted Tom Brady. None of you. I won't ever hear. I'm here every day, right or wrong. Doesn't matter. That's the difference. See? How many of you are going to say? Maybe 0.5%? Maybe I'll get a couple people who tell me, oh, you know what? Oh, I got to admit, yeah, I would have wanted Brady. We'd have given up all those picks for an old man that was already broken down. And by the way, those of you that wanted Tom Brady, you're as stupid as Stephen Ross and Bruce Beal. Just so you'll know, you're just as stupid as Stephen Ross and Bruce Beal. So, man, I got to tell you. Woo! Tom Brady, one day at a time. No, what you need to do is probably watch one day at a time. Okay, Valerie Bertinelli and all that. It was actually, was it Phillips or whatever her name is, and I forgot the name of the mom. Good show. That's the one day at a time you should be doing. Kicking back. Does TV Land still exist? Whatever it is, any of those TV channels that just have old shows, go ahead, Tom. That's the one day at a time you should watch. Okay? Man, did I have a crush on that Valerie Bertinelli back in those days. Woo! I had to watch one day at a time. That was, we didn't have DVRs. This was even before the VCR. This might have been right before the beta. And by the way, you had to be rich back in those days to have a beta machine. And it was like this size and this thick, and it was like this ginormous. It was like an old computer that's just like, I don't know, just too big. It's bigger than most TVs nowadays. But I had to be there right in front of the television every week to see Valerie Bertinelli. Oh man, did I have a crush on Valerie Bertinelli? Woo! Smoke show in those days. Anyway, she always stayed a cutie. She always said, she always had the look. Gotta say that. But Tom, retire. And those of you that wanted Tom last year, now you know. Now you know. You would have traded all those picks for a broken down old man. And then the old man would have said, well, I tried. Now I'm your owner. And that would have been great. Just, fantastic. Yeah. There you go. So that's what you get with Tom. He threw 66 balls yesterday. Completed 35 of them. I mean, it was ugly, dude. I got to say, it was like one of those ugly. And credit to the Cowboys. Outside of the kicker, what the hell happened to that guy? Holy moly. That guy was making all kinds of breaking all kinds of records, by the way. He will own a record forever. I think he did that on purpose. He goes, we got this. You see Tom Brady on that side of the field? That old fart can't throw the ball. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to miss all these extra points, and I'll hold a record because I don't get I'm not going to get a record if I hit 4 or 5 extra points. But if I miss 4 or 5 extra points, that will go in the record books, and nobody will beat me. I think that's what Brett Maher was doing. I think that was the plan yesterday, and he's in the record books. So congratulations to him. But he said, Tom Brady's not coming back from the – no way. But props to the Cowboys because you all know we're all worried about the Cowboys because they're a bunch of chokers. So that's the one thing. Yesterday was all about mystique. Did you notice that? It really wasn't about substance. Going into that game, the Cowboys you knew are 100 times better than Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay played like dog shit the entire year. Tom Brady looked like dog shit the entire year. I love the announcers. Well, he's there, they say he's starting to look like himself the last 3 weeks. Are you watching the games, dude? I get it, bro. You got to sell it to the public, and most of the public isn't watching the games. So they sit next to each other going, oh, well, they say Tom Brady's looking pretty good. So, yeah, we're going to get a great game. And come on, man. The Bucs were 8-9 in a terrible division. They had no business hosting a game. They had no business in the playoffs. And the Cowboys, congratulations to the Cowboys. They treated the Tampa Bay Bucs the way they should be treated. A shitty team that you bitch slap and send them into the offseason saying, get out of here, scrubs. You don't belong in the playoffs. Because that's what the Bucs and Tom Brady were. They were a bunch of scrubs, a bunch of frauds that had no business in the playoffs. So congratulations to the Cowgirls, because what we expect from the Cowgirls normally is what we saw from the Minnesota Vikings and Kirk Cousins and that terrible pass at the end of the game. That's when you sat there and said, oh, yeah, that's the Kirk Cousins that we always talk about, and that's the Vikings that we talk about, that we figured, oh, yeah, they're frauds at 13-4, and sure enough, they were frauds at 13-4. And so we kind of were thinking it was all mystique. The mystique of Tom Brady, not the reality of Tom Brady this year. It was the mystique, the past, the mystique or the bad reputation of the Cowboys, that they're chokers, that every time you put them in this position, they fall short. And this is what was it? I wrote it down. What was it? Their first playoff win on the road since 92. That's why we have this about the Cowboys. So mystique and Cowboy bad reputation. Kudos and congratulations to the Cowboys. Okay? They roped, whatever it is that they do to the cattle when they tie them up or whatever that saying is that they do, but they came out of that rodeo and they lassoed that calf and they tied it down and they said it's over in 5 seconds. And that's it. And you treated the Bucs the way they were supposed to be treated, like the shitty team that they are that had no business in the playoffs. And the Cowboys acted like the team that belongs in the playoffs and can actually make a deep run because they came to play. So good for them, because really that's all that was yesterday. Mystique to reputation. That's it. And one had to shed the other. And the Cowboys shed the reputation, and you buried the mystique of Tom Brady. That shit is over. He's over and done. Go retire. Hope you all are doing well out there. I know I am. I'm fantastic. Bitcoin's holding up over 21,000. I'm still shocked at this run. I gotta be honest. I expected it a little bit more. Where are we at right now? Where are we at? 21,315. Oh, 16. There we go. Just went up a buck right when I checked it there. No, but that's good. It's been really, really good holding. So I've been in a really good mood watching crypto bounce back. I am a lot faster than I expected. I thought it would be after June, to be quite honest. But anyway, so we shall find out. What else do we have here? Dan B says, Big O, sorry, but Bowles is just not a head coach. Nice guy, but just not a head coach. His defensive scheme didn't even work last night. Dan B, that team sucks, bro. Listen, I'm not a Todd Bowles head coach guy. Okay, some guys are just coordinators, and I could have told you that before they hired him. He's Wade Phillips. You know what I'm saying? You want him as your coordinator. You don't want him as a head coach. That has nothing to do with it. Okay, Dan B. Tom Brady's done, cooked, history in the archives. It's over. Okay, go retire. All right, go retire, go do announcing, whatever. That's the bottom line, dude. Tom Brady is done, over. And if he wants to come back, I will enjoy laughing at his ass next year. Okay? Because I will laugh at his ass next year for being incredibly stupid and ignorant to think. But then again, he chose his profession over his family when he had no reason to choose a profession anymore. So he is selfish and self-centered. There is no doubt about it. You know, people around you are going to make sacrifices. You're going to have to understand when somebody's making a sacrifice for you, you're going to have to return it at one point or another. That's part of a relationship. That's part of compromising. That's part of having a great relationship, is that there's going to be compromise. It cannot be a one-way street. Bad karma, dude. And if he wants to continue opening up that Pandora's box that he already opened up, there's a load of ass kicking that is about to be dished on him if he wants to come back next year. I cannot wait to watch it. Okay? That's all. Because as a family guy, I can't see my wife backing me all this time. And even the move and everything. And then you finally, you go stick it to Belichick in the franchise. You win your championship. Dude, what more do you have to prove? You came back the following year. You didn't make it. Bro, leave already. Now you came back and you embarrassed yourself with the worst year. What do you think is coming? You see what I'm saying, Dan B? You went from Super Bowl to barely being a playoff team to not even deserving to be in the playoffs. What's next for you? The decline is happening right before your eyes. You were fortunate enough that you made the change just when you had enough gas. Now you're dragging that empty gas can out to the field every single time. And that thing is dragging and ding, 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 the can is bouncing all over because it ain't got no gas. So it's staring you in the face. It's up to you. And it's not because you lack talent. Mike Evans was open. And this has been going on all year. He's open. The guy can't hit him. Did you watch the plays? Watch the passes. Tell me that that's the guy you've seen for 2 decades. No, of course not. Why? Because he's old now, dude. It happens from one year to another. That happened to Drew Brees. He completely lost it, and he had a horrible season. And Tom Brady's luckily that his season wasn't horrible, but it wasn't Tom Brady-like, and you can see the decline. And it's only going to get worse from here. It's up to him. So I'm with you all the way about the head coach, Dan B. Okay? That guy is a defensive coordinator. That cigar store mannequin has always been a hell of a defensive coordinator. No way would I ever hire him to be my head coach. But this is what he wanted, right? And you still got to run your offense, and you had your players, and they went and got you even Julio Jones to add to that as a third wide receiver on the team. It's pretty crazy, dude. So we'll disagree on this one. To me, I don't care about Todd Bowles. That has nothing to do with it. He is what he is. Cowboys kicker spent Sunday night at Mons Venus. Well, at least he had fun. You know? Did he kick that through the uprights? Big O, I don't want Brady here. Oh, not even a thought. Yeah, it's not now. Now, Dan B, I don't care if anybody tells me now. You guys are seeing it after the fact. It's last year. Those are the people I want to hear from because there was a lot of you. There was a lot of you that wanted Tom Brady 2 weeks ago. Not me, but there's a lot of you. And I'm not going to hear from any of you again. You're not going to say, oh, yeah, no, I wanted Tom Brady. I'm wrong. Come on, man. Brady looked every bit of 45. Time to go to the TV booth. Exactly. Nelson says, Orlando, it's not about the accomplishments with Brady and other athletes, but more because they are living a childhood dream, so they hang on to as long as they can because one day they won't be able to play anymore. Yeah, I don't fly. That shit don't fly, bro. You've had more than enough of a career. Nelson, we're not talking about a guy that had a 6-year career that is barely hanging on and wants to have a 7th or 8th because that's all he's going to have. This is Tom Brady, bro. You already have the world at your balls right there. Like right there. Everybody is just stroking you the entire time. You've got TV waiting for you. You've got ownership waiting for you. You've got corporations waiting for you. You've got a second life. You've got a beautiful family. You got a woman that makes more money than you do. You know, it gets to a point where she wants to enjoy her life. And, you know, you get up there in years. You're in your 40s already. So you still have enough that you can go out and go enjoy. And, you know, she hangs in there with you. It's a brutal sport. She's been worried about the concussions. She's been worried about the punishment since you were in New England. You say, okay, you have this thing with Belichick, so you leave and you go to Tampa and you sign a 2-year deal. And Nelson, brother, there was an agreement there because that woman left. So there was an agreement like, okay, you want to go to Tampa? That's fine. I will support you. But after that, it's time for family. And it gets to a point where you're just selfish, Nelson. You have nothing else to prove. There's nothing to hang on to, bro. Nothing. You're not the guy that hasn't won a championship. You're not the guy that couldn't stay healthy and, you know, you had 3-4 years of bad luck. And then all of a sudden year 5 is phenomenal for you. And you're hanging on and you have a decent career and they give you another contract. You say, honey, I got to hang on. I'm finally healthy. That's understandable. You're the guy that's won a crap ton of championships already. And now on 2 franchises. You're the guy that's been on top of the world. You own every single record that there is. How much more do you put your family behind? How much more do you say, I've got to dedicate to football and not be around for the kids and not be around for my wife who has stood by me the entire time? The one that took on the media and said he can't catch the footballs either. That's a bad bitch right there, bro. That's the kind of woman I want to be married with. The one that's got my back. But at one point or another, you got to pay the piper, bro. You got to pay the piper. And, you know, when are you going to pay the piper? After you've broken down and then, oh, yeah, honey, yeah, no, I got time for you now after I need a couple of knee replacements and I'm all effed up. She's trying to get him out while he's still in one piece. And all you're doing is getting older and older and setting yourself up for something bad. So I'm sorry, that part of your hanging on bullshit, that doesn't fly with Tom Brady. That flies with a person that's never accomplished anything and they're hanging on to their career. They're trying to become an all-pro for once or a Pro Bowler or a winner or trying to get into the playoffs and experience it once or something. You know what I'm saying? Not the guy that has accomplished everything and anything that there is to accomplish. You own every record, bro. You own everything. What more do you need? You needed so much more that it was more important than your family? I disagree, bro. I'm sorry, I disagree. I'm that's a weak excuse to give Brady. That's the way I look at it. Okay? I think he was selfish, and I think what he did was, as a father and a husband, was a complete failure. Got it? That's the way I look at it. As a father and a husband, he was a complete failure. Have your championships, my brother. If that's what's going to help you sleep at night and you're going to feel great about it, that's fine. Was it really worth it? Was the extra year in Tampa worth your family and your kids and being with them all the time? And now you've got to like alternate and have your kids sometimes and don't have your kids sometimes. And now you're not with your wife at any time. Was a year in Tampa, an extra year in Tampa, really worth it? That's where you got to look in the mirror and say, what a freaking idiot I am. What a selfish idiot I am. I'm sorry, dude. I disagree with you. No way. Man, all right, I'll spin it to me, okay? Because that's usually how I can relate to things sometimes. Okay, how would I handle it? Whatever. Years ago in my career, I took off to San Francisco to do a nationally syndicated show. And we signed a 2-year deal. The first they offered me a 2-year contract, but I didn't want the 2-year contract. I wanted a 1-year contract with an option that I could pick up for the second year if I wanted to stay, because they wanted to sign me and lock me into a 2-year contract. And I wasn't sure because it was a nationally syndicated show in Spanish. So I wasn't sure what they knew about this, and I wasn't sure how it was going to work out. And, I lived in South Florida all my life and moved to Northern California, and it didn't go well. And thank the Lord that I wasn't locked in, right? And 6 months in, they had to file Chapter 11, right? And the people that we were working with, they didn't really understand the Spanish market, to be quite honest. It was just one of those things. It was weird. Whatever. It's fine. It was funny because we had 15 of the top 45 markets in the country. And on the English side, which is Sports Byline USA, at that time, they may have had 3 of the same markets. They had like 100 and some stations, but they were in little small towns all over the place is what it was. They didn't have a lot of big markets, actually. And so it's funny that on the Spanish side, we ended up getting bigger markets than they did, more of them, but it still didn't survive, whatever. And this, these are things that you learn in radio, that sometimes the people you deal with, like locally here, I dealt with a guy that had 0 talent and lied to everybody and was just a piece of shit. And, these are things that you deal with in radio sometimes. And so overall, I had to move back, right? And when I moved back, I didn't sell my house. I told my wife, I said, look, what we'll do is we'll deal with it for a year. If everything goes well, then I'll sign an extension instead of the 2-year deal, and then we can sell the house. You can move to Northern California. You can find a job in the school system there, all that. That was kind of the plan, right? And she was going to be, she was all in with me on that. She said, okay, that's cool. No problem. She's cool about supporting me in my dreams, right? So it didn't go well. So I moved back. I had opportunities to leave again. Several times I had opportunities to go leave to other networks, to go do stuff on the English side this time, not the Spanish side. Didn't leave one time. Money was not going to change her life and mine, because that's the kind of money I told her the next time, I said, the next time, if I ever get an offer, it has to be something that'll be life-changing for both of us, that it puts no pressure on you. If it doesn't do that, then I have no interest in it. And that's it. And so there were offers, and I never took another one again, because I said, well, my wife's working in the school system. She's building up her pension. She's building up, her career. Am I going to continue to try to derail it? No, dude, I'm not doing that. I can make it in South Florida. And sure enough, sometimes it wasn't easy. Sometimes, you're at QAM and they hire a salesman to become a program director. And that moron thinks that he can put jocks on 24 hours a day, when 99% of jocks can't do this job because they're too fucking lazy anyways. And 80% of them aren't smart enough to actually put a sentence or two together to do a live spot. And then they figure that out. And so, these kind of things you live and learn. And then, I got to move to 640 for 4 years in the process, they begged me like 3 times to go back to QAM. And this is the hell that I've dealt with, you know? And in the end, when I went go back to QAM, then I had to deal with the morons that take over from Intercom. And, you know, the same people that tried to steal me from QAM to 790, by the way, while I was under contract. You know, it's just it's a screwed up business. And I refuse to move because I love South Florida and I love my wife and I love my family. And once, the other thing is I didn't have my daughter then. So then once we had our daughter and and once she started school, I told my wife, there's no way I would leave again. You know why? I went from Kensington Elementary to Arbondale to to South Florida Military Academy, to Continental Military Institute, to Kinloch Junior High, to Miami Lakes Junior High, to Hialeah Senior High. How do you like them apples? You think that's easy for a kid moving around? Luckily, I make friends fast. I'm a social person. So I was able to adjust to all of those kind of things. But I told my wife, my experience from, being part of a divorced kid, be a divorced kid and the two parents fighting constantly and you're moving from different. I told my wife, I'm not doing that to my daughter. And my daughter went to the same elementary that the kids then go to the same junior high to then go to the same high school. I wasn't doing that shit to my daughter. That's my fucking priority, my family. So I will adjust my career and do the best that I can to adjust to my family. That's the way I roll. Okay? So if I have problems with QAM and the idiot management there, hey, bro, fire me. Let's go. I'll make this happen. And I'll stay right here. And I'll travel to the Senior Bowl, and I'll travel to the Vegas Summer League, and I'll travel, and I'll start covering all the things that I normally did anyway. And I'll do it without a radio station because I don't need a goddamn radio station. But I'll make it happen one way or another. But I'm not moving again, and I'm not unearthing my family. I'm not going to be away from my daughter all the time. Hell no, dude. Not doing that shit. So that's how I kind of went. Maybe that's why I look at Tom Brady a little bit more with a more critical eye of him, because I've been in that position where I could have left if I felt like it and kept leaving and said, yeah, no, but this is my dream. No, honey, you stay here in the house and you manage the house and the kid, and I'll take off. And then I'm not going to be around for my daughter, and I'm not going to be around for you because I'm chasing my job. No, I'm not doing that, dude. I'm not doing that. Not doing that. And I know what it was like to move from school to school, and you're only in one school for a couple of years, and then you move to another school, and then, none of the kids that were in that school are in the next stop that you're going to. So you're making a whole group of new friends again. That's not fun, man. That's not fun at all. So that is, whatever. That's the way I look at it. Bip Bop says the man has 7 Super Bowls, has failed in his personal life and cannot find peace. Will he be humble enough to seek help? It's up to him. Obviously his career meant more to him than his family. That's all. Sid, so Big O, you are comparing yourself to Brady. Sid, I can always count on you for fucking stupid ass comments. I mean, at least you're consistent, my brother. You're not very bright because obviously you really don't understand what I'm talking about, but at least you're consistent, my man. That's you look like a nice guy, but bro, you're not very smart. It's kind of you're probably a lot like Hollywood over at QAM. Really nice guy, not necessarily very bright when it comes to sports. Yes, sir, Sean.
We got Cam ready.
We got Cam? Oh, let's rock. I'm sorry. Oh, dude, you know what? I did not have the screen up, so I'm in my rant. Sorry, Cam. Let's go. Let's unleash the wolf pack.
We unleash the wolf pack as we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolfe. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolfe.
Apologies, Cam. I'm sorry, because normally like the live screen where Sean is at is over to my right, but I actually had the crypto page up looking at Bitcoin, and I wasn't seeing you at the moment or Sean.
Gotcha.
So my apologies. I have the live one here on my iPad, but that one doesn't have you.
Yeah, no, all good. I was listening to your passionate rant about life, and so I was like, I was going to let you go, and then I was like, I wonder if he knows I'm here.
No, I screwed up. My bad. I screwed up. Do you agree that Brady needs to kind of needs to step away, that this is the moment now? And I think he personally screwed up last year. He chose football over family, to be quite honest, after the wife has stuck with him. I don't need you to comment on his personal life. You don't have to do any of that. But you would talk when you've seen what you've seen this year, not just last night, because if you've watched it throughout the year, it's kind of looked a little bit off kilter. Your thoughts on what you've seen? What should Brady do?
Well, I'll put it in my shoes because I've had conversations with people about this Brady thing all year. One thing that us in football, I'm not a player, but I'm in football largely. One thing that we always struggle to do, or we often struggle to do, is to balance our family lives with our professional lives. And so that's something that I am very active in trying to be better at. I know I'm not great at it, but I try to be better at it. And so every little bit of time that I don't have to have at work, I prefer to have with my family. And ideally, some point in my life, probably longer than Brady, probably 30, 40 years, however long it is, at some point in my life, whenever we are financially comfortable, wherever I am professionally secure, I will walk away no matter what age I am to be able to spend the rest of my life solely with my family. And so, like, to me, family is always going to be important and the most important thing, outside of God to me. And so I think for Brady, I don't know where his hierarchy is. And it's tough because when you're the best at something like Brady is, you literally have to give all of it. And so you do wonder how much has he given to football, and has that become something where he can't pick anything else over it. And my only hope for Brady, and like I said, I don't know his personal life. I don't know what's going on in that respect. I hope that he doesn't regret it. I hope that eventually, whenever he is done with football and he has to look back in life, it's not like, man, I wish I wouldn't have did that last year in Tampa, or I wish I wouldn't have did those last 2 years. Like, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe it works out perfectly for him. But that's my
I think he has his regrets, bro. I think he has regrets.
So that's my only thing in life, because a lot of times our decisions we make dictate the rest of our lives. Like, I know the way I do my job this year is going to impact how I get my next contract. That's just the way life is. My decisions now and the time I spend with my family and my daughter, that's something I'm not going to be able to get down the line. And so these are conscious decisions we have to make as people with jobs in this industry. And so my main thing for him is, and he knows this, he doesn't need me to tell him this, but you have the rest of your life. It's beyond maybe just this 1 year. And so that's probably how I would say, just speaking mostly to how I think about life and how I think about job and work, but not saying, because I struggle with it as well.
Yeah. And by the way, one more year on this platform, you'll have all the money you need.
I hope so. I'm not going to retire just yet, but
just one more by this time next year, you would have made enough money on this platform alone. Yeah. Okay. To retire 10 times over. We all know that. Anyway, and by the way, this also rolls over to all the people that wanted Brady last year here.
Yeah.
And that would have been a disaster because you actually would have lost more than the first and the third that you gave up for meddling with him, because you would have given up more just for trading for him, actually. And then look at the mess you would be in right now, because he's looking more like he's broken down at this point in time. And by the way, this team was way more injured than the team he's currently on,
Right.
too. Which would have
quickly,
caused even more headaches for him, overall.
So one thing I think about, and I don't know how much your experiences with basketball, like throughout life, but like I don't play basketball as much. But when I used to play basketball live, they have something that's called like a heat check. Like if you're hot in life or you're hot on your shot, you keep shooting. You keep shooting until you miss, right? And so I do wonder how much of this is Brady, of like, I've made chicken out of chicken salad like a lot in my career, and so why don't I just keep going? I'm hot right now. Like there's nobody who's had a run like I am. So can you just wait one more year? Just wait one more year. I'm gonna just take one more shot. And then eventually, like, you don't have the shot anymore. Like at some point you watched him last night and you were like, dude, it's all good. Like you are the greatest player to ever play the sport. Like there's no need for you. There's no need for you to keep shooting. Like we understand, like, and maybe this is the heat check. I would hope, like you said, he's going to take time. I would hope that maybe he took one enough shots and said, hey, all right, I'm not hiding anymore. Let's move on from let's see what I can move on to this next stage of my life. I don't know if it's past the time where he could salvage where he was with his family life, but where you are now, salvage what you have going forward. You've done everything. Like there's no contest. Like I think maybe 3 or 4 years ago, you could have questions on maybe, is he the greatest of all time? Is he not? That like right around when he was 40 years old. But now that he's played till 45, won another Super Bowl ring, done with a different team without Belichick, I think he's done what he needed to do to really make himself the undisputed greatest player of all time. And so, like you said, I just think there's not much more to prove, and not telling him what to do. But to me, it would make a lot of sense to call it a career this offseason.
I'm with you there. By the way, the Chargers have fired offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi, and the Buccaneers also have put out a release on Russell Gage Jr. after suffering a neck and concussion during the fourth quarter of last night's game. Russell was taken to a local hospital where he remained overnight for additional testing and observation. Russell has had movement in all extremities and will continue to undergo additional testing today. We will provide additional information as it becomes available. So at least so far, it looks like the news is good for Russell Gage, not for Joe Lombardi. We'll see if it's good for Justin Herbert there, if that helps in not losing a 27-point lead and 5 defensive turnovers. Anyway, let's move over to the Miami Dolphins. No surprise that they're sticking with Tua, obviously with that one. But here's the thing. Here's the part that I laugh at all these people out there, okay? And maybe it might be you I'm laughing at too. The people that say, well, no, you got to replace him. You can't count on him. And then I start to look at what are the options out there, okay? What is better than Tua? I'd like to know, because it ain't Tom Brady. And unless you're going to trade for Aaron Rodgers, I'm sorry, please tell me where's the upgrade over Tua? Because last time I checked, I've never seen the Dolphins move on from the number 1 rated passer in the NFL. So your thoughts on the part that I don't understand, the people that want to get rid of Tua, yet they have no answers on how to move on and get better from that position.
Yeah, I think you're looking at a situation where I think everybody always has an idea that, hey, we can go find our Patrick Mahomes. We can go find our Joe Burrow or whoever else you think is the second or third best quarterback
from the tree.
It's like, let's just go get one of those. There's a reason why they are the elite of the elite guys. And I think there's something to be said about having a top half quarterback. Like you can make your argument on whether Tua is top 5, top 10, top 15. No matter
he's definitely
how,
top 10.
like,
Definitely
no matter
top
how, like I said, depending on how much you love Tua, you depend. But I think there's no doubt, and at least in anybody's reasonable mind, that he's one of the best half of the starting quarterbacks in the league. Top 16. I think that's a very low bar. But to me, the value of having a top half of the NFL quarterback is so significant. Like, even the difference between, I know you don't like him, but the difference between watching Ryan Tannehill play to dropping off and seeing Malik Willis and Josh Dobbs, you saw a complete change in how the Titans were as a team. They were a team that was 4 games ahead in the AFC South, and then Ryan Tannehill gets hurt, and they blow the division. And that's like, Ryan Tannehill isn't even a top 16 quarterback. He's probably
but he's a good game manager.
Yeah,
he does a good job.
He's probably right at that average starting quarterback threshold. And so the importance of just having an average starting quarterback, and you have an above average starting quarterback who does have health issues, but a starting quarterback, above average starting quarterback nonetheless, I think there's a lot of value in that. There's going to be nobody in the free agency market you're going to find that's going to be better than Tua at this point. There's nobody in the draft, especially now that you have no first round picks, that you're going to have that you're going to find that's going to be able to produce the way Tua is producing. And so it's the grass greener on the other side mindset. I promise you, there's a lot of teams out there that if Tua became available would line up to go get him. And
of course,
even with the health questions, teams are willing to take risks, and so it's certainly a risk. We see what has happened. I think McDaniel made a great point that I don't know if it got enough love because people kind of criticized the way the Dolphins and Greer spoke about the concussion thing. But he mentioned that we're going to have to teach him how to, work on him, coach him on how to fall. And it may seem silly to say, but if you watch Tua get hurt the way you have, that's something that's an element there. And so it's a big question, but if you can figure out a way to keep Tua on the field, then I don't think there's any issue with the Dolphins quarterback situation. And I do think from what I've seen with this team, if they can make some tweaks on the defensive side of the ball, if they can get a little healthier and a little better on that offensive line, then there's no reason why this Dolphins team can't compete with the top teams in the AFC with Tua as their starting quarterback all year. We haven't seen it, but if you're telling me Tua starts 17 games next year as your starting quarterback, and your defense does have some improvement, your offensive line does have some improvement. Not saying either becomes elite, but some slight
I just want health. I just want health. That's all I want.
Then I'll tell you, there's no reason why they can't compete with the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Bengals at the top of the AFC.
Look at the 3 games against the Bills. I can argue they should have won all 3, dude. Okay? And when can you say that over with the Dolphins the last couple of years?
Yeah, a couple plays away. That's it, just a couple plays. And so I think we talked about
it. All of this is that we have 25 years of so much frustration built up. So you can't tell a Dolphins fan to be patient because they're impatient. It's kind of like a Canes fan. There's been so much failure that it's hard to tell them be patient, right?
Right.
And then the flip side is, this is what I've told people now. I said this in the post-game show. At the end of every season, whether it's Joe Philbin, whether it's Brian Flores, whether it's Adam Gase, unless it's the first year of Gase, the first year of Sperano, the first 2 years of Wanstead, Wright taking over for Jimmy, you get caught in the euphoria of that early success. But then after that, for most of the coaches, at the end of the season, you never felt hopeful. You never felt like, okay, this is the year in the last 25 that at the end of the year, you're like, son of a bitch. If the quarterback's healthy, if the entire secondary is healthy, if they don't take out Teddy Bridgewater when they're not supposed to, if the stinking head coach runs the goddamn ball when he's supposed to continue to run the goddamn ball, this whole season is completely different. And that's the difference. The hope is actually there. The hope was never there by the end of the Wildcat season because you knew it was just a novelty that people figured out. The hope was never there after a couple of years of Adam Gase because you saw that it just wasn't moving anywhere. The hope was never there for Joe Philbin, who wins a meaningless game against Minnesota, and the owner somehow extends something that means nothing. And you can go over the history over the last 25 years. By the end of the seasons, there was no hope. This season left you bitter and pissed off because you knew the what ifs were super freaking sweet. What if these guys actually stay healthy? You saw the potential there because you were 8-3. And that's something you can't say about past seasons. You never perform like that at that high a level. And that's, to me, the difference between this season, and I try to tell people to compartmentalize the whole thing and separate it from everything else that's gone on. There's a lot of positives within this whole season that ended up being kind of, a shortcoming, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you look at this Dolphins team and what would we have said was a success to start the season? I think that I made clear they had to make the playoffs, and they did, right? But the problem is every team that doesn't win the Super Bowl goes home, and they're like, what went wrong? And I'm not of the belief that there's like a moral victory deal, but I think when you start a franchise or start off with a new head coach like you do with McDaniel, I don't think it's realistic to expect to win the Super Bowl in year one. Now, next year, the expectations rise. It's a part of it. Now the playoffs are the bare minimum, and now it becomes winning a playoff game or winning the division. That's the next standard. But right now, they've clipped the area that they hadn't done in 6 years. And to me, that is a win. The offense looks significantly better than it has probably at any time since, I don't know, Dan Marino era. I mean, like, you've been here longer than I have. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that, especially on the passing side, obviously the running game still needs some work, but the passing offense looked to a level that I obviously have never seen this Dolphins
since Irving Fryer and OJ McDuffie.
Right. And so, and so to me, that's a great thing to build off. Because that was the big thing that was holding this team back. And now some of the elements that the team was doing well in 2021, you got to fix. The defense. The defense regressed this year, and a lot of that's due to injuries, but some of it's due to maybe some scheme questions that we need to change, maybe some players that need to be switched out, but that needs to change. But the defense hadn't been a problem, and so I'd much rather have to make tweaks on defense than try to fix the entire offense, which has been the issue for 5 or 6 years. And then health is something that's unpredictable, right? I heard some questions yesterday in the press conference about signing players who were injury prone and that sort of thing. And you always have to take a risk, right? So some of the guys who were hurt at the end have been guys who got hurt with, as far as Raheem Mostert, as far as, Teron Armstead battling through injuries. But I would rather have a Teron Armstead and deal with the week-to-week angst of is he going to play and not play versus just sticking some rookie out at left tackle, and even if he plays 17 games, he's getting your quarterback killed. And
by the way, he killed it with that whole thing. My dad drafted Curtis Martin, who was injured throughout his whole career and then was the most durable player in the NFL. Fred Taylor had like a bunch of injuries his first 3-4 years in the league, and then went on like a 7-year run of staying healthy.
And Frank Gore,
right?
The scout said he would not last past his first contract. And he said
overweight, two knee injuries, and I saw him playing Coral Gables. So the UM fans never watched the Frank Gore they saw at Coral Gables ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
the Niners got the Frank Gore from Coral Gables, actually, not UM. By the way, Kevin Fagan also had a mangled knee in the Orange Bowl and then went on to play in the NFL, so some guys, Willis McGahee, his knee went backwards in a championship game. And he went on to have, arguably, Willis McGahee has had a Hall of Fame career as a running back. So it happens. And by the way, I went back to look at the IR guys. Ogba, not an injury-prone player. Austin Jackson wasn't an injury-prone player. It was just like this year was terrible. Myles Gaskin's not an injury-prone player. Brandon Jones is not an injury-prone player. Nick Needham's not an injury-prone player. Trill Williams not an injury-prone player. Byron Jones, was he a lot of injuries in Dallas? Because it wasn't here. No? Okay, so there.
He wasn't. Ogba did have some injuries in Kansas City. but he hadn't had any since he had been here. Until
Yeah, he hadn't been. Okay, so we could still. Okay, that one's kind of
Byron
shady.
Jones was not injury prone, no.
Right. So really, it's just about Tua, Teron, and Chubb. And Chubb did play, actually. Even Chubb with the club at least got on the field. Now, has Chubb with the club been the player you expected when you traded for Chubb with the club? No. But really, it's all these injury-prone players. Actually, all the guys on the injured list, it's just a bunch of freakish injuries. It's really more about Tua and Teron more than anything else that people are talking about, because Chubb did take the field. And by the way, Teron, as injury prone as he was, he played a non-Tua game this week. So, I mean, I'm just saying, it's almost like you create this narrative that really isn't what they're trying to paint it. All I'm saying.
Yeah, and so, you'll see that's one of those things you could say, hey, we'll be better next year, but there's no guarantee. You hope based on how it was, but the way injuries work, you can get the same thing next year. So it's hard to bet on being healthier, but in theory, yes, this team will be healthier next year throughout the year and ideally better. But that being said, hope is not a strategy, and so I do think there will be some offseason changes. Like I mentioned, they ran back all 11 starters on defense. That obviously won't happen again in 2023. Byron Jones is one who probably won't be back, and I'm guessing at least 2 or 3 others could potentially be swapped out for other guys. And then, you look on offense, they've got to figure out with some of these young offensive linemen who fits where. They did a lot of kind of mixing and matching with some injuries, but, is Austin Jackson and Liam Eichenberg still starters for you in 2023 to start the season? Or are you looking for other options in that respect? There's
I'm bringing back Brandon Shell, and he's going to be competing with Austin Jackson for the right tackle spot. That's what I'm doing. I'm saying
makes a lot of sense.
You're getting your opportunity, but we're bringing back Brandon Shell because that sumbitch was terrific for us this year, and it was a nice little find off the street. Plus, I mean, listen, bless Austin Jackson. If he's able to beat him out and start, great. And if that happens, well, then you have a hell of a backup in Brandon.
Exactly, right. And that's what they have been missing. Yeah, I said that throughout camp. The Dolphins thought I was wrong. They're right on the cornerback thing for the most part. But I was right on
loaded at cornerback. Jesus,
I was
Christ.
like, they were promised that even though they got Byron Jones and Trill Williams hurt, they were going to be okay. And they were, for the most part. Cater stepped up, although there were times when they were exposed with their cornerback depth. But swing tackle was one that was also obvious in camp, and they said they felt comfortable, and then it became apparent that they needed to go out and get a Brandon Shell, a Eric Fisher, a Kendall Lamb to be able to survive through the season. And so,
and Robert Jones, by the way, props to Robert Jones.
Being able to swing out there and play tackle, for a guard, that's good stuff, Robert Hunt, for that, and Robert Jones stepping in and playing at guard.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Jones stepping in was strong on his part, helping out a lot because of all the injuries. Minshew, Cooper Rush, Andy Dalton, Taylor Heineke, Joe Flacco, Sam Darnold. Plan B behind Tua. Who do you think they should go after?
I don't know if I'm there yet in this point in the offseason, but I think you do have to get a steady backup. I don't know who's going to be available. I like Gardner Minshew and what he had been doing in Philadelphia. To me, he's the type of guy where I always like the type of backup.
I think he fits this perfectly.
He
fits this perfectly.
Exactly.
And by the way, follow me on this.
Go ahead.
So backups, none of these guys really are going to get starters opportunities, okay? Right. Nobody's really going to say, hey, we got a starter job for you. So they're going to try to go to the best places. 1, this is a no-tax state. 2, look at the talent on offense. 3, the quarterback has an injury history, unfortunately. So you will get an opportunity to play. So it's just one of those things. Hey, come back up Aaron Rodgers. Oh, shit, I'm never going to play. Hey, come back Tua. Oh, wow, no state tax. Mike McDaniel's offense, Tyreek, Waddle, Tua might miss a couple games. Oh, man, I might be able to get myself a couple stats here. So I think that the Dolphins become actually a sexy destination for all of those things that I talked about over a lot of other places where some of these guys can go as a backup. Thoughts on that?
I think one thing that is interesting here is that because of Tua's struggle staying healthy, you're probably gonna have to keep 3 quarterbacks next year. It's just a reality of it. Skyler's probably on the roster as your 3 again. I know a lot of teams like to keep 2, but that's not the situation. The question that's going to be interesting is the last 3 years with Tua, they've gone with the veteran backup, the Ryan Fitzpatrick or the Teddy Bridgewater, where there's not much upside, but you feel like, 1, they could be a mentor for Tua, and 2, they have the experience to be thrown into games if things happen. Ryan Fitzpatrick obviously went really well. He played well in spurts there. Teddy Bridgewater did not go well. He did not play well or stay healthy when they needed him in that respect. And so it's an interesting element. Do you go that route again with a 3rd different veteran? Or do you say, like in a Gardner Minshew situation, he's a veteran, but he's a young guy. And so he's a guy who I probably would feel best is putting him on the field if you need him. But I don't know if he's necessarily going to be the guy that helps Tua in the meeting rooms. Do you feel like at this stage of Tua's career going into year 4, do you still want him to have that veteran presence to lean on? Or is at this point he the guy in the room that is the veteran presence for anyone else? I don't know what their answer to the question is, but I think that'll probably dictate what style of quarterback they end up signing.
All right. Daryl Beville. We got some problems here, Lucy.
Yeah. And I'm gonna have to run after this so I can get ready for the day.
Arizona and what is it? Arizona and the Jets now. And they're offering them an offensive coordinator position. Yeah. So this is a quick 2-level question for you. If you're Mike McDaniel, because of all the mess that went on, I know he loves to call plays.
Right.
Do you continue to call plays and risk also Daryl Beville leaving? Because if Daryl Beville can't call plays, that's what he's going to do for other places like Arizona and the Jets. Now, if you're Daryl Beville, you're not working with a quarterback with the Jets, and you've got to deal with Kyler Murray in Arizona. That's not the easiest thing in the world, by the way, for Daryl Beville. So they could give him a raise here to be the same guy and just make the same kind of money a coordinator. Stephen Ross will give him that contract. That's not a problem. But I don't know how badly he wants to be a head coach. He's got to be a coordinator first to be a head coach. This Daryl Beville situation, how much of a problem is it for Miami?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big problem if he gets offered a job because he's leaving. I mean, like any other coach, if you're offered a coordinator job, he's leaving. If it makes sense for him, if he's cool with the spot, and I don't see any reason he wouldn't for those situations. I mean, we're looking at the Jets. This is a situation where they have a defensive-minded head coach, but they have defensive-minded head coach, so you're going to be able to call plays and be the OC. Sometimes people have questions on if you're leaving for a non-play calling OC job, then you have a situation where, hey, is it really a promotion if I'm the quarterback coach here with a quarterback I like and I'm still hands-on versus a title of OC without the play calling? But if you're going to the Jets, you're going to be the play calling OC there. And so to me, that's a no-brainer no matter who the quarterback is. The Cardinals, you've got Kyler Murray, who, you have whatever your questions are about Kyler Murray. He is their quote-unquote franchise quarterback.
But he's immature as hell. He's immature as hell.
But because of that, since you have a guy who already has a negative image right now in the media, if you get him back on track, if you get him doing things right and you win by him, then that's going to blossom you up for more head coaching opportunities. So
he has the goods to be a quarterback in this league.
Right. He has plenty of talent. The issue for him is getting someone he can listen to, and the fact that he can put in the time and working with them. And so Daryl Beville's been a big key for Tua. Like, we haven't talked about him a ton, but you got to think about it. Frank Smith is the non-play calling OC here, but he's also someone who works a lot more directly with the offensive line, with the tight ends, with a lot of the functions of the offense, where Daryl Beville's with Tua every single day. And so Beville's been a big part of Tua's success. I see a lot of people mentioning, you make them co-OCs. Well, how did co-OCs work the first time? Second of all, you already gave Frank Smith the OC title. You're not going to demote him to a co-OC. That's not the way you do good business. It just does not work that way. And so you're going to be in a situation where you let him interview. That's the right thing to do. And you see if he comes back. And so I just don't see McDaniel giving up play calling responsibilities. That's something that's his baby. He loves to do it. I know people have suggested that. I think the most likely thing is he hires another a veteran coach who helps him a little bit with clock management and handles a little bit of that perspective. But I think I would be shocked if Mike McDaniel gave up play calling responsibility.
Oh, he's not giving it up.
As far as Daryl Beville, your best hope is to say, hey, interview, and we'd love to have you back, and wait for him to see.
We'll give you a raise.
Yeah, exactly. You can try to make it worth his money wise, right. and that's it. And then wait for the teams to decide they want him, and then wait for him to make a choice if he does get an offer. And if not, then you got to figure out what you're going to do. But I think this is the good thing of having a good offense. You would always rather guys saying, hey, we want your coaches, because when you're thinking you're hiring good coaches versus you having to fire a coach every year because he isn't good enough to do it. And so, that's where they are.
He only has to hang in there for one more year. This is the way I see it. See, next year, Mike calls the plays. They win the Super Bowl. And then he says, Daryl, it's all yours now, bro. I did what I came here to accomplish. I won the Super Bowl. We move on. You're now the guy. So all you got to do is wait 1 year, and you'll get the title and the money, Daryl. That's it. That's all. Okay. All right. What do you got going on, bro, over at the NFL Network, so folks can check you out?
Yeah. I'll be on network today from 1 to 3, talking a little ball. I'm actually on the Jacksonville Jaguars now that they're the only Florida team left in the playoffs. Trevor Lawrence behind me did a wild comeback.
I know that guy.
One of the craziest games I've seen. Down 27, came back and won. And so I'm heading up to Kansas City.
Tough, bro. That's mentally tough.
Absolutely. And so they know they have their franchise quarterback now, after I think some people had some questions and as his rookie year under Urban Meyer. But we're seeing how big of a difference there is with Doug Peterson and Urban Meyer. And so I'll be talking that.
By the way, I was consistent. I made all the excuses for Trevor Lawrence last year too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, sometimes
I said he had a shit environment. He'll be a stud in this league. Right. All of you out there thinking, any of you out there, because there were people questioning. I'm like, you guys are morons. Did you watch that guy at Clemson? That guy's a player, dude. What I like about him is he's like Josh Allen, that he sells out all the way. Yep. Unlike Goldilocks over on the West Coast, that he doesn't sell out. Anyway, we'll catch up with you on Friday, my man.
Absolutely. Right? Have a good one, my man.
You got it. Take it easy. The Wolf Pack has been unleashed.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolfe. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. We love KSDT CPAs. We'll be broadcasting from there this Friday, right? Yeah, this Friday. Actually, we'll be out there at KSDT CPAs. And remember, they've got 3 offices, Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. Forensic accounting, business valuation. They do it all, estate and gift tax, domestic, international tax. They can help your business. They can help you personally. And if you live in Dade, Broward, or Palm Beach counties, it is a South Florida company, 305-670-3370. Tell them that Big O sent you. They will take care of you. Property management, healthcare advisory, wealth management. They handle it all, folks, and they can help your business excel. Call the great people at KSDT CPAs to get it done for you. All right. I see Bitcoin still up over 21. What else what else is going on in the market? What else is climbing in the market? Let me see what we got going on here right now in the last 24 hours. What do we got in the green big time? Polkadot's up 3%, up 21% in the last week. That guy that called me about Polkadot, is this happy? Is his wife a little happier right now that it's starting to go up? At least that goes up in the bedroom, not his other stuff, just the Polkadot. Let's see, what else do we have here? Aave is up 40% in the last week, 10% up in the last 24 hours for you Aave fans. I'm not an Aave guy. Theta up 17%. in the last week, 5% in the last 24 hours. Love it. Love it. What else do we have here? Thorchain, man, up 19% in the last week. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Immutable X. I'm a big Immutable X guy. 27% in the last week, 8% in the last 24 hours. I'm not a helium guy, but it's 60% in the last week, 5% in the last 24 hours. That is beastly, dude. Jesus. That is nice moves right there for those of you that are invested in that one. Gala up 23% for the week, 10.5% in the last 24 hours. So got some stuff moving in the crypto market, and the market cap is approaching $1 trillion. It is at $990 billion, 999,434. Yeah, so almost at 1 billion. I mean, 1 trillion. We are 1 trillion away. All right. What else do we have here? Tua just needs to get rid of the damn ball. He will be fine. Yes, I agree with that. He needs to get rid of the ball. Now, let's talk a little bit about you know what? Let's do this. You know, we got a Perdomo Victory cigar there waiting for us. Oh, that 10th anniversary is so good. Man, that thing tastes good. And you see their 93 rating from Cigar Journal. Let's take a really quick break here to start off hour number 2 of the Big O radio show.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them.
With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation.
Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house!
Get out of the house! Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right, welcome back. Yes, sir. Lofi says Big O drunk might be fun to watch. Yeah, that'll probably never happen, Lofi, unfortunately. I don't really get drunk. So that's not something that will probably happen. The last time I got drunk, it was 2 bottles of Pinot Noir, and I was in Vegas. I was hanging out with some cigar people, and we were drinking a lot at Cafe Materano's, which I believe is no longer there in the Rio. It is, yeah, it's no longer there because I went to Materano. I went to see if Materano's was there the last time I went to Vegas. In fact, I went with Sean. Sean, I think we went by and I said, "Oh man, Cafe Materano's was gone," but when it was there, this was years ago already. And yeah, I was pretty wasted. And you know, the thing was, I was on at 5 a.m. in Miami. So that's 2 a.m. in in Vegas. So I am walking out of the establishment, and I got to tell you, the hotel was spinning while I walked out of Cafe Materano's, which is in a second floor, and I had to go down the escalator to then make it all the way to the front door. And I got to tell you something, man, I was like, whoa, trying to find it. You know what I'm saying? Like I was, it's one of those that you're drunk and you're trying to keep yourself straight and you're just like trying to act normal. And so the good thing is I wasn't like going all over the place, but I was walking straight, but I could tell that I was like, man, I'm feeling it, bro. Like shit, it's moving and I'm out of it, you know? And then I get to the front door and I ask for the taxi. No Ubers in those days. And I tell him to take me to the hotel. And on my way to the hotel, I call the studios because it's already past 1. So Jesse Agler, who is now the voice of the Padres, I think, he's there to do updates during my show and into Joe's show because I would do the early show before. At that time, Joe Rose would come on at 7 a.m. I forgot what it was that he was doing with TV or whatever, and so he couldn't do the same time, so they made it a later show for him, 7 to 10, so I would do 5 to 7, and so I called Jesse, and I said, Jesse, bro, I am wasted. There is no freaking way I can do the show right now, you know, because I'm there, you know, the night started like around 8, and I'm there, you know, I'll have a couple drinks, whatever, then I'll go home and get in the shower, sleep an hour or something, and then, you know, I'll do the show. It's only 2 hours. I can get by. You know, they give you half-hour commercials in radio. It's so simple. You only have to fill in a half hour every hour. So it's not like that. It's like the easiest thing to do radio, you know? And so I said, dude, I cannot do this, you know? And to Josh Darrow's credit, who was a good boss, I never miss any days or anything. I'm pretty much a rock solid guy when it comes to working. But that day I did screw up and I had a little too much. And so I said, yeah, man, I'm not going on the air sounding like this. You know what I mean? Although Lofi, the difference is that would be, I think it's illegal and everything to do that on radio because of the, you know, the SEC and all that other stuff, or the FCC, I'm sorry. But here it would not be an issue. The only thing is I'm not a guy that's going to get drunk. Not anymore. Not anymore. And that day I did it really not even by choice. It was just one of those things that before you know it, you'd had two bottles of wine, and you're riding already at that point. You're just rolling, and you're just like, yeah, I'll take another glass. Yeah, I'll take another glass of La Crema Pinot Noir, which is my favorite Pinot Noir from La Crema. Great bottle of wine, man. So there you go. Getting drunk on wine is terrible. It gives you massive headaches. It does, Carlos. But the only other thing I really drink is vodka. I'm not really a whiskey guy. I don't know, and I'm really not a drinker at all. Actually, I have only a couple of drinks a year, man. I'll have a little edge in vodka, and that's it. But I'm not really like this heavy drinker or anything like that. It's just not my thing, So I only have a few, and I don't really go crazy. It's not my thing, man. So unfortunately, Lofi, you would like to see me drunk, and it would probably be an entertaining show. For once, right? But yeah, it probably won't happen. Yeah, I'll get the same. I'll get a bad headache. I'm with you there too. Wine just does that to you. To some, not everybody. We're all not wired. We're not all wired the same. Puff puff give mas tequila. No tequila. That's all I can tell you. We'll leave the tequila out. We draft a QB that has potential to become a starter if possible, just in case Tua suffers those head injuries again. Tua's the guy, but we have to protect ourselves as well. Okay, Jesse M., who's the guy that you guarantee that you draft in the second or third rounds that has a shot to start and ready to go? Who is it? Because, you've been so successful the last 25 years going into the draft. Who is that, Jesse M.? I'd love to know. Who are you convinced that if they take in the second or third rounds with the picks that they have, who's the guy that's going to be ready to play if something happens to Tua? I always love that. Those are my favorite ones right there by Jesse M. I love it. I love hearing the people, oh no, we got to replace Tua. Okay, who, bro? Who? What do you got? And that's the problem with lazy radio hosts, lazy television, lazy writers, that you can complain and say, oh, you got to change this, you got to change that. Okay, then give me the solution, dude. What is the solution? What guarantees the Dolphins that if Tua goes down, which is the rookie that's going to come off the bench and save your ass? Who is it, Jesse M.? There is no guarantee, Big O. Well, then, why are you making a move that there's no guarantee? I mean, the way you put it, right? We draft a QB that has potential to become a starter if possible, just in case Tua suffer these head injuries again. Tua is the guy, but we have to protect ourselves. Who is it? That doesn't make any sense, because there's nobody in the draft that can guarantee you that they're going to save your ass. In fact, there's a good chance that most of the guys that you draft will fail, actually. There's a good chance that a lot of the guys will never be players in the league. Some of those guys might be good enough to become a backup one day, and maybe you have a franchise guy, maybe two. I doubt it, in the entire draft. So it's pot luck as it is. That's why you can't sit back. Look, where are all the Brady people from last year? Not this year. I don't even want to hear from you all that wanted Brady a week ago, 2 days ago, 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago. I don't even want to hear about you people out there. I want to hear from all the people that wanted Brady last year, because I won't hear from them, because nobody's tracking what you're saying. But a shit ton of you wanted Brady, and you're all wrong. It's really easy to say, oh, no, let's go. And if there's no guarantee, Jesse M., then what are you telling me? So you're telling me, Jesse M., you're just ready to complain about whoever they draft that doesn't hit, because that's a good chance of what's going to happen. That's what happens to most quarterbacks that you draft. You don't hit. That's what happens. Ask the Jets. Ask the Carolina Panthers. You know, it happens a lot of times. You draft a guy and you don't hit on him because you're not going to hit on most. It's really simple to say, oh, you've got to make a change. You got well, then who? Who's the answer? What makes you better than Tua? What saves your ass as a backup? As a young guy, that's absolutely crazy to count on a young guy as a rookie and put him as your backup. Skyler's better off because at least he got regular season and playoff experience. And by the way, he's still light years away from actually being a competent starter. He's not even a competent backup yet. Okay? Scott Thompson's not even worthy of being a number 2. And you're going to draft some kid from college to become a number 2? You don't know that, man. It's kind of crazy. You know what's crazy? The story we're about to tell you, okay? And I got to see if Manny Navarro can confirm the story. He may not want to confirm this story because it might be a little personal. He's smiling already. We got some stuff to talk about with the University of Miami making some changes. Somebody's gone. I'll tell you why. Next, with our Canes Wear Miami Hurricanes report.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Canes Wear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
All right. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend that is Manny Navarro. How you feeling, baby? You feeling good?
I'm feeling good. I'm sneaking in breakfast here as fast as I can. I went downstairs. I got my mother-in-law making me a café con leche with a little bit of toast, and I'm trying to maneuver a lot of different things. But I'm good, brother. How are you?
Very good. So you broke the story yesterday of Frank Ponce leaving to Appalachian State.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What if I tell you it had nothing to do with football?
Had everything to do with his wife?
Exactly.
I wouldn't call it a stretch.
Well, because this is what I'm told, because nobody has it in any of their stories, because you guys aren't going to get personal. But from what I'm told is the man met a woman that was living here, I believe, and then he was in Appalachian State. She then moves to Appalachian State. I think she even has a job there. He then says, honey, I got a job in Miami. She's like, oh, shit, what? And so he comes to Miami. And then I think there's a thing called, I really love this woman. Boone, by the way, is a terrific area to live in. Family life, quality of life. Western Carolina is actually a pretty cool area. Not because I'm looking into it, by the way, Eastern Tennessee or Western Carolina, but it's just one of those things that I've been studying, and the quality of life in those areas are pretty cool, by the way. But anyway, I hear it was more that, because we've been talking about, they're going to be changes, and some people are like, oh, no, Frank Ponce must have been the problem. I'm like, no, dude, from everything I hear, it was really more about a personal thing than anything that had to do professional. And then it happens to be that he loves that area. He was great there. They love him there. And it kind of all works out. Am I completely off here?
No, I don't think you're completely off. I think that's certainly a factor in terms of part of the reason why he would want to go back. I think Frank certainly enjoyed his time at Appalachian State. He gets to be around the woman he loves, uh, be in an area that he loves to live in,
He
and
didn't want to boonch in her.
right. And I think the other aspect of it all too, is he gets to call plays, which
Yeah.
I don't think he was going to get that opportunity here with Miami. And as much as him and Mario are buddies and go way back, I think ultimately there's a need for him at Appalachian State to be the play caller. They had a drop off compared to the year before when he was there, and so I think he's going to go in there. He's going to do a great job, and somebody's going to hire him to be a Power 5 offensive coordinator in the next couple of years.
Yeah, or he becomes the head coach at Appalachian State.
Right. I think my money was on FIU for a while. I thought maybe FIU would smarten up and bring home a guy like Frank who has a ton of experience and knows the area well, and I think would do a good job at a place like FIU or FAU or one of those schools. But look, everybody has the right time, and at some point that'll happen for Frank. I'm convinced.
Frank Ponce loves his woman, baby.
He does. Can't blame him. Can't blame him.
I don't blame him at all. In fact, I started off the show talking about how Tom Brady, completely just whiffed, dude. Like,
yep.
The selfishness that he did after he won the title in Tampa, he had nothing else to prove. And he played the second year, and that's it, dude. You didn't get back to the championship game. Don't you notice? And look where you are now. It's gradually gotten worse, and you hung on for an extra year for no reason. And clearly you had an agreement with that woman, like, yeah, I'm going to go to Tampa for 2 years, try to make a run, and then, dedicate myself to the family. And so it's kind of interesting, this whole thing. I was waiting for you to come on because I was told about all this Frank Ponce stuff. And it was like, oh, okay, now I know what's going on here, because at first I thought, wow, was he part of the issues? Because he's always been known as a good coach. Yeah. Everywhere he's been, you know what I mean? All the way from Miami High, right?
Yep.
Right?
That's where it started. Yeah, as a head coach. That's how far we go back anyway, when I was doing the high schools for the Miami Herald. Yeah.
And the Cuban chisme, where do you think it comes from, baby, huh? ¿Dónde tú crees que el chisme viene? Whoa, hey, come on.
That's
I got
right,
the
brother.
insight, bro. That's why.
Well, that's a Miami High connection. I didn't doubt you. I didn't doubt you for a second, brother. I know that's where it comes from.
Come on, dude. They all explained it to me like, no, bro, she left for him, and then he left her. And it's like, and it's like, yeah, I'm sure it was an uncomfortable year for him and then she's like, yo, man, I sacrificed for your ass.
Yeah, leave Channel 7 to come up to Boone, North Carolina for you. So,
see, you're giving even more info than I am now.
Yeah, I didn't say what her name was. I just said I left it where it was.
Okay. You see, ladies and gentlemen, how you find out the shit on this platform. Okay, this is where you find out, not on any other place out there. But anyway, so any other pieces starting to either connect or fall?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we're at a point where I would be surprised if Josh Gaddis is back as offensive coordinator. I think I can say that confidently, that I think there will be a change there at some point. When that happens, when all of that gets finalized and all that, we may still be some time away from that. But I think the expectation, at least out of the University of Miami, from a lot of people, a lot of important people, I think there will be changes as far as more changes to the offensive staff. And obviously, I think whoever they would bring in to be offensive coordinator, assuming that's something that happens here in the next couple of weeks, you want them to work with the quarterbacks versus the situation the way it was built right now, where Josh Gaddis was coaching the wide receivers and then going in and serving as the offensive coordinator. You want the quarterbacks coach to be working with, as the offensive coordinator, working with the quarterbacks all the time. And I think, you can blame Miami struggles on a lot of different things, but I certainly think that, maybe you adjust that part of the format with whoever else comes in here.
The Cromani watch. What are we doing with the Cromani watch?
Well, interesting development. Obviously, on Friday, Miami's coaching staff, defensive coaching staff, drove up to Lakeland to go talk with him in person. He is a Miami commitment, and of course, he wasn't there. He was on the road at Colorado. visiting Deion Sanders and didn't communicate well with the Miami coaching staff. I think at this point, based on some
That's a
conversation,
boring ass drive too from Coral Gables to Lakeland, bro.
that's not a fun.
You gotta take 27 to get there, bro. That shit is lame.
Got to come down by
dude.
my house. Out by West Broward High School. You got to pass through there to get over. Look, I think I think ultimately here, I don't expect Cormani McClain to be in Miami's class. I think Gabby Urrutia kind of signaled the white flag right when he projected the crystal ball for him to end up at Colorado. There's a reason, all of us write and say and do some of the things that we do as journalists. I think it's inevitable. Now, I will say this: I think the head coach at Miami, who loves winning recruiting battles and is not going to go down without a fight, will probably continue to push and make an effort because. But I think for the most part, the rest of the staff has kind of come to terms with the fact that Cormani's probably going to play at Colorado next year.
I just, as the late great Mad Dog would say, I put it to my nosy and they don't smell so rosy. And the guy is just so driven by money, simply by money, that it's just kind of dangerous. I almost feel like we're going to get the early part of oh God, what's the name of the kid that went over to FAU, the quarterback that was really
N'Kosi Perry.
Remember, he with the money and all that stuff early, he
Yeah.
was, kind of immature and all that.
Right.
I almost feel that we're getting a page of that. Whoever gets him is going to have to deal with that kind of stuff, that the guy may be more into himself and all that other stuff than necessarily, about the team. And
yeah, it's just an unfortunate situation with recruiting nowadays, and to me, I said this on a podcast I recorded earlier this morning for The Athletic, but I would move the early signing period up to the middle of August, right before the season starts. And obviously there's a lot of other laws that have to be broken into place here, but I would say if you sign in August, you can start collecting NIL legally. You can start getting paid as a high school senior to be committed to a program, and the school and the collective have to, in other words, move everything up to avoid a lot of this nonsense that goes on late, where everybody, you make a commitment, you get to the final month, and then you don't sign, or you do sign, and the collective pulls the money from you, like they did to Jaden Rashad up at the University of Florida. I think it has to work both ways. I think most college coaches, I was in Charlotte last week. As you know, I was on the show here when I was up there in Charlotte talking to people. And I think the majority of college coaches want a better calendar set up here for recruiting to avoid situations like this, where you go into January, you're having coaching change, you're having all this movement between players and coaches. And it's this constant flow of crap that's always going on. I think you want to end the constant flow of crap. Have certain periods to sign guys, make your coaching change, do everything you need to do, and get it all squared away. So I think I'm hoping that within the next year or so that's something that happens here.
By the way, what is going to go on with Jaden Rashada now that he got the bait and switch of Florida?
Well, obviously he's not enrolled for classes right now, and so to me, he's not going to be there for the spring. Whether or not he gets released from his scholarship, his national letter of intent that he signed, we'll have to see. I think ultimately this could end up in court. I mean, there are signed documents that I think his family have from an NIL collective that basically, say he's going to make $13 million. And now all of a sudden they want to back out of that deal. Legally, that's going to have to be scrutinized. How they determine all that, will be very, very interesting and a headache for my colleague at The Athletic, Alan Taylor, who covers the Florida Gators. But essentially, I think this could end up in court.
Wow. Okay. That is
first of its kind.
13 million? That was the contract that they were going to give that kid?
Yeah, I can confirm for The Athletic. We ran the story saying 13 million. I can tell you on good authority that that's the number. I was told 12 million when I was in Charlotte. I was surprised to learn it was 13. Yes. Wow. Now, I don't know if that was over the length of the contract with incentives. I don't think that was 13 million per year or anything of that nature. I think it was 4 years, 13 million. Still a lot of money.
Yeah, no, that's 12,900,000 too much, but that's all right. Anyways, it is what it is. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro. What do you got going on The Athletic so folks can subscribe and follow you, my man?
Yeah, new recruiting confidential series for the ACC that Grace Rayner and I, Grace covers Clemson. We tag teamed on that together, talked to about 11 different high school coaches on a variety of subjects regarding recruiting, which coaches do the best job, which coaches are unprepared, how many guys show up and only offer kids because somebody else already offered them. A lot of interesting, fun questions regarding recruiting with guys that send college players. I mean, we didn't talk to Joe Schmo at some high school that doesn't produce NFL and college football talent. We talked to some of the best people anonymously, of course. Nobody wants to hurt feelings, but we did talk to good people, good coaches that produce a lot of talent to get their opinions on which recruiters do the best job and why, how NIL plays a factor. It's a 2-part series. Part 1 came out today. Part 2 will come out, I think, either tomorrow or Thursday.
Go to The Athletic and check it out. Follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro. Manny, as always, thank you, my brother. We'll catch up on Friday. Appreciate you.
All right, good talking to you. Take care.
For all the news and all the achievement. There you go. That's what you get. You see, you get insight and achievement right here on the program, on the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Right. I love how all of you are out there arguing and none of you have any answers. You just talk a lot of crap. Oh yeah, he's not going to be ready. Oh, go get the. And one guy still, I saw during Manny's interview, one guy goes, "Oh no, but you can still get Brady. He'll be available and Tua won't." Well, that Brady that I saw, yeah, I don't want that Brady. And a year more on top of it. That's not the Brady you want. He can't even hit Mike Evans. That's a big-ass target to be missing constantly. So, there you go. Now you got the real story on Frank Ponce, okay? Because I'm reading all the articles, and it's like, yeah, you don't have the real story. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, no. That's not what really is going on. And so I knew when Manny, reported it, I went and got the skinny because I was wondering, like those two are tight. They're friends. They know each other. And it was more about the woman. And I don't blame him. I get it. And Boone, Carolina, that area, that's a cool area to live, man. Sorry. It's nothing against South Florida. Love South Florida. I've lived here my entire life. But there are other places that are kind of cool to live. And in Western Carolina, there's some areas that are pretty cool to live, man. And a good quality of life, let's just say, overall. Big O shouldn't brag on Tua until he proves he can play all year and win a playoff. No, I know, Luigi, but before that, there was like proven that he can win. Of course he can win a playoff game, Luigi. Watch him play. He's got to be there for the playoff game, but of course, you know what I mean? But that's fine, Luigi. If you don't think he can, he's the number 1 rated passer in the league. He won a championship coming off the bench. His problem is durability. See, but Luigi, you're part of it. You were probably wrong that he couldn't play because the fact that you question if you think he can win a playoff game, if he has a team, he can win. Winning's not a problem for Tua. The fact that you still question the fact that if he can play is a problem, Luigi. And this is part of the disease that we'll be dealing with constantly with all of you out there. Because most of you that didn't think he could play, now you live off this injury stuff. And this is what you're going to hang on to forever. That's all. So please do me a favor, Luigi. First say, I was wrong about him. I didn't think he could play. My problem now with him is he can't stay healthy. But at least admit that you were wrong that he couldn't play. You know, it's kind of like, whenever I get in the car and I listen to the boys on QAM, now they talk about the injury stuff, right? Meanwhile, they were all dead wrong about the kid. Dead wrong. But now they got to hang on to that. It's the same shit all of you are doing. It's the same shit I see on TV. All of that. It's all good, dude. It's just FUD. And you need him to fail. You need him to break down so that way you can hang on to that and say, yeah, no, I never thought about him. It was durability. It's all good. I got you. Meanwhile, none of you have an answer because there's no one to replace him. The only one would be Aaron Rodgers. And there's no way you can trade for that, plus the salary and everything that would happen to the Packers if they try to trade him. It's disastrous. So none of it is realistic, okay? But that's the only Hall of Famer, only elite quarterback left that is healthy still, that can play, that could replace Tua. Outside of that, Derek Carr doesn't get you any better. Derek Carr's not a better quarterback than Tua. And talk about winning playoff games and all that. Well, that guy hasn't proven that either. So, but I get it, man. This is what we'll have to deal with. All the people that are just going to just hang on to the negativity the entire offseason. So it is what it is. Let's see. We have no choice but to hope he succeeds. Eric Storm says, when time is the Chargers game this weekend? Oh, Herbert. Oh, he chokes in. Yeah. I'm waiting for Herbert to show up also. Yeah. Talk about a guy that, boy, talk about a guy that really needs to show up. Dougie Fresh says, if you ever wanted to know what Lucy moving the ball looks like in written form, just read the Tua haters here who say stats are useless. QBR and completion percentage are useless. Blah, freaking blah. Exactly. Because they were already wrong that he couldn't play. That's all. So, that's what we'll hear. We'll hear the guys harp on the injury since they were already wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's all. It's pretty simple, but it's all good, man. It is what it is, as they say. By the way, Welton Rayom, we talk about the law firm you want to call here in South Florida, Dade, Broward, Palm Beach counties. You name it. Down in Monroe County. They got an office in Monroe County, too, by the way. Bankruptcy, homeowner property damage, condo damage, criminal defense, business owner claims, commercial litigation, personal injury, you name it. I've told my story before. Progressive Insurance was basically ripping us off. Okay? Just absolutely ripping us off. They wanted to give us 1/5 of what it takes to really fix our property after some stupid-ass kids thought that they were fast and furious and went right through it. Caused all kinds of damage, you name it. Damage to multiple walls, all kinds of stuff. Obviously, paint, you name it. What's it called? Landscaping, all that, everything. And we called Welton Rayom. And right away, they got on it, and they brought Progressive to their knees. Like they do this all the time to insurance companies. They bring the insurance companies to their knees. So when you have a car accident, when you have home damage, when you have water damage at home, your condo, whatever, before you call any adjuster, before you call the insurance company, you call Welton Rayom. They have their own adjusters for anything. Personal, business, car related, whatever it is, they had an adjuster that could handle the home. The adjuster came out here, did everything, and brother, he straightened them out. In fact, the guy that was trying to battle them got fired. That's how much they schooled him. Okay? So you can call Dan or Jeff right now, 954-966-4646. If you're having any of these issues, I'm telling you, you want to call Welton Rayom before you call that insurance company. That insurance company is not working for you. They don't care about you. Their adjusters work for the insurance company. The adjusters want to do some good adjusting for the insurance company so they can keep adjusting and keep getting the same jobs over and over. They're not objective. They're not looking out for you. Now, you go to Welton Rayom, they have their own adjusters, and guess who they're looking out for? You. Your pocket, so you can get what you deserve to fix your car, your home, your business, your whatever got damaged, your condo, you name it. Welt and Rayom, folks. Criminal defense, I hope you don't have those issues, but they can help you out. Commercial litigation, personal injury, bankruptcy, homeowner property damage. We have all kinds of things going on, from floods to rains to storms, all kinds of things that could cause problems for us. Welt and Rayom, 954-966-4646, and tell them that Big O sent you. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. And remember, you can always make a Bitcoin donation on Cash App or Venmo. You know I love me some Bitcoin donation. Adam Pinkser on Venmo says, finally collecting my thoughts on the Dolphins game. Hell of an effort. Miami would have won that game with Tua. My biggest fear in the offseason is McDaniel not overcoming his stubbornness. Side note, Skyler and Herbert's stat lines from this weekend were almost identical. Yeah. How about that? Yeah. Poor Skyler, man. Because if the coach was a little bit better prepared, he would help Skyler, be a better player. But, hey, props to Skyler. He hung in there, and I think he showed enough that you can bring him back as a number 3 to work on him. He's not good enough to be a 2. Hasn't made that. Steve M says, he goes, here's a Venmo for leaving QAM so we can hear more sports and less about what McDonald's is serving. Is that what? Dude, I get it, Steve M, but, Hawk and Crowder are good dudes, bro. It's not a sports show. I don't listen to that show to learn a goddamn thing about sports. I've said this over and over again. They clown around. They screw around. I mean, what else is really, think about it. Okay, what else is Hawk going to do? Is he actually really going to talk sports? You don't want Hawk talking sports. He doesn't know sports. He's kind of goofy when it comes to sports, and his sports opinions are as off as they could possibly get most of the time. You know what I mean? Actually, same thing happens to Joe Rose, but he actually talks sports. He's just usually wrong about the Dolphins. Anyway, but at least that is a sports show. But Hawk and Crowder are good, bro. They do a good job screwing around. That's what they do. It's who they are. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. But they have a fun time with it. They bust Solana's balls all the time and all that. That's what that show is. That's the shtick of that show, man. It's what they do, and they do what you do, okay? And it would be wrong for them to try to be a sports show because it would be a really bad sports show. So be the show you are. Screw off and talk about food and silly stuff and argue about silly points, and that's kind of what it is. And they do a good job with that. By the way, people love that kind of shit. Okay? People, there's everything, there's something for everyone. Okay? You want a in-depth, hardcore sports show that actually gives you insight on stuff, you listen to us. I'll joke around too, but it's not something that I'm going to go out of my way to start, joking around constantly or whatever. That's not what I do. I'll joke around and I'll weave jokes in there and all that, but it's not going to be, our show is a hardcore sports talk show. And we talk some other things, music, crypto. By the way, Madonna's coming to town. Yeah, baby, 40 years. Her celebration tour coming to the AAA September 9th. For our friends in Tampa, September 7th. MSG, you will see Madonna, August 23rd and 24th at MSG. Boston at the TD Garden, August 30th. At the Crypto Arena, Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, September 27th. October 4th in San Francisco at the Chase Center. Our friends in London, we got our UK friends in London. October 14th at the O2 Arena. And in Paris at the Accor Arena, November 12th and 13th. So we got listeners all over the world checking it out. There you go. You got your shot at seeing Madonna. Love that. Let's see. Carlos says, QAM, which topping is better on hot dogs? Coming up next. Oh, how long before Crowder leaves QAM? Crowder likes checks, so he'll probably milk that as long as he can. Crowder is one of the smartest dudes in the world. Okay. Guy made enough money to retire from football, but he's smart enough and super talented enough to do radio and television. He's funny. He's fearless because he'll even ask stuff like he does on what's that called? The Pivot, I think it's called, right? He does a really good job with the Pivot. He'll go to places that those guys won't go. So I think Crowder milks it as long as he can milk it, as long as he can take it, I guess. And plus, he's able to do the show. Every time I get in the car, he's somewhere else. So he's able to just hop online and half-ass it. I mean, the show is a half-ass show as it is. You know what I mean? It's repeated segments, half an hour of commercials. You're really, what do they do? The update at the top of the hour with Solana, which takes like a quarter of the hour already, talking BS in between it. You're going to repeat a segment every hour. You're going to play 30 minutes. What do you need to do? Like 10 minutes of fresh talk? I mean, it's such a mailed-in show. You know what I mean? It's like the easiest radio to do. It's super lazy radio. So why would you not keep milking it as long as you can milk it? You know? It makes all the sense in the world. So I would say Crowder is going to milk it for a while. The guy I'm surprised is Joe, right? I thought it was last year, maybe this year. I don't know. Is he still hanging on? And that's the guy I'm kind of surprised that has stuck around, actually, with these clowns, because that place is a disaster. So I don't know. Crowder is phenomenal, a great storyteller. I really like Liz. He's good. Yeah, man. Crowder's the talent there. There's no doubt about it. That's the guy that's the straw that stirs the drink. But he will definitely milk it as long as he can. He's no dummy, bro. He's super smart, super talented, and super smart. No doubt about that. And likable, super likable on the air, right? That's the other thing about Crowder. Crowder's one of those dudes that crosses over and is very, very likable. Let's see. What do we have here? Okay. I agree. We have no QB problem after Brady retires. Tua's a statue, bro. We see what happens when he moves his feet. That's it. QM needs to go back to be well, listen, slowly but surely it will all get decimated. I mean, that's where it's headed, unfortunately. That's the sad part. So many people that may have wanted a future in radio, it's such a dying profession. You know what I mean? And if you can't do what we're doing, it's going to be really hard to actually have a career in this kind of business. It's really, really difficult. But he'll milk it, man. He'll milk it. Good for him. Good for him. All right, so the question for Miami Dolphins fans. Now let's get into by the way, did I take a break here at the top of the hour, Sean? Have I? No? All right, let's do that. Let's take a really quick break here. Let's get ready for hour number 3 By the way, Marcel Louis Jacques will join us at 12:30 here at the bottom of the hour. I got some stuff I want to talk about the Dolphins, options for the Dolphins at quarterback that are realistic. I want to get into something that McDaniel talked about yesterday on the press conference. I also want to get into someone wrote an article that I just kind of find it funny, where you want to set the team up so you can have material to then bring them down, when in the first place you had the stupid suggestion. All of that and more. Hour number 3 next.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
You know, I wonder about some of you out there. Like, there's a dude here, Terry Lynch. Tua can read a defense. The offensive line doesn't give him time. What are you, dumb or something, bro? Tua can read a defense. The offensive line gave him plenty of time. What Tua has to do, my man, bro, what's wrong with you? You dumb or something, Terry? His problem is he hangs on to the ball too long. 2 years ago, the line didn't give him time, Terry. Had nothing to do with that this year. And even with his big injuries, Alabama, they gave him time. It was 5 seconds when he got injured. 4.8 or something when he got injured for the ankles and the hips and all that. It was way up there in time. It has nothing to do with time. Of course, he can read defenses, and it has nothing. The only time he got injured because of the line was Jesse Davis, that got beat right off the snap, and that guy nailed him, and he fractured his ribs. And with that, he still came. He wanted to come back early, and Flo didn't let him. He had to come off the bench to save his ass against Baltimore, and that's when Flo's dumbass figured, this guy might be better than Brissett. It's not the line. Do you guys watch the damn games? It's him. Tua is his own worst enemy. Big O, it isn't just holding on to the ball too long. It's his issue. He also doesn't take the check down when it's there. He always wants the big play. It's not realistic. Okay, that's fine. He's still the number 1 rated passer. He's not getting injured because he's taking the deeper shot, dude. He's getting injured because he holds on to the ball, and then he starts to scramble, thinking he's Pat Mahomes. And he has to think that he's Breeze and Marino and Brady and all those statues who are really successful, but they just made a decision and got rid of the goddamn ball. And that's what he has to do. That's all it is. It's not the line, it's Tua. It's not long passes, it's Tua. And the long passes, that's McDaniel's fault for forcing the issue and not calling stuff that's a little bit more realistic. But you're right. He does need to take a little bit more of the checkdowns. Just like this past week, I wish Skyler would have run a couple of times because he had the opportunity to run and go get and extend drives. Kind of like what Justin Herbert didn't do this past week also. Okay, I'm not moving the ball. I can't score it in the second half. You know what? Let me manufacture, since I am big, strong, and athletic. And he failed because, of course, no tiene cojones. But that's it. Jesse M says, Big O, I never said it was easy to find a QB. I know that Tua is the answer, but I'd rather go with a cheap rookie than an expensive Teddy type if the injury stuff continues. You see, the problem, Jesse M, is you want everything, and then you want everything to be perfect, and nothing's going to be perfect. Not your backup quarterback, not the guy you drafted. So you don't know what the hell you want, dude. And I wouldn't want a rookie because 99% of the time, a backup rookie is not going to save your ass. You need Gardner Minshew. You need Taylor Heineke. You need Joe Flacco. You need Andy Dalton. You need a guy that's been there, that's played, that actually has seen all kinds of defenses and coordinators and their habits and all that kind of stuff that they're aware of. That you're completely missing the boat. And you're the guy that's going to complain if the rookie doesn't come through because you're going to say they picked the wrong guy. And then if the vet doesn't come through because you think it's too expensive, then you're going to say it's the wrong guy. I would have loved to have seen your opinion when they signed Teddy Bridgewater because, oh my God, everybody loved Teddy Bridgewater. And many thought Teddy Bridgewater was better than Tua. So where are all of you that said Teddy was better than Tua? Where are all of you that wanted Tom Brady last year? Please step up. Please step up. Come on, Slim Shadys. Let's go. And that's the problem there. Okay? Jesse M., you're a Slim Shady. You know why? You got no answers. Because I got to corner you. I need you to give me a name. You don't get to play well, I'll take a while. They need a quarterback. Well, who? Oh, I don't know. Well, then shut the hell up. You don't have an answer. You just have complaints. Oh, no, I don't want an expensive quarterback. Well, what do you want? You want a backup quarterback with experience that is going to say, no, I'll take some green stamps. I'll take a little wick. No problem. Yeah, help me out. It's good. Oh, you got a store credit for me somewhere? Good. I'll come in. Come on, man. Can't have it both ways. Can't have it where you complain about something and you got no solution for anything. That's not what this sport is about. You got to have solutions. You have none. Tua's fifth-year option. Okay, this is a sticking point. Greer talked about injured players. People are talking about it, and I know that they talked about all the injured players. Are you going to take chances on the injured players? So I talked a little bit about this with Cam. Agba wasn't really an injury-prone player here. Got a freak injury, he's out. Austin Jackson wasn't really injury-prone until this season. He was just a bad player. Miles Gaskin got an injury, wasn't really injury-prone. Brandon Jones wasn't injury-prone. Byron Jones wasn't injury-prone. Nick Needham wasn't injury-prone. Terrell Williams wasn't injury-prone. Really, it's all about Tua, which you knew he had an injury history. Teron Armstead, you knew he had an injury history, although he did play in the playoff game. He did show up for the playoff game, and Chubb played in the playoff game, and he has an injury history too. But two of the three real injury-prone players showed up for the playoff game. This whole thing, it's a narrative that you create, and it's not an accurate narrative. It's because people make it sound like, well, you're going to keep taking chances on injury-prone players. Now, Greer did have a great comeback on Curtis Martin, who was injury-prone in college, which I had no idea. And then they picked him, and he became super durable in the pros. And then Mike McDaniel followed up with, and it was a great line. I'd hate to be the guy that took Frank Gore off the board. And you can't have it both ways. Frank Gore was out of shape and multiple knee injuries before he even got to the NFL. So anybody that does not live in South Florida and did not watch him as a Coral Gables Cavalier, because I actually went out to one of those games to see him, and he was godlike in those days. And Miami never even saw that one. They saw the guy that was overweight, the guy that had multiple knee injuries, all that stuff. And he fell all the way to the third round, and the rest is history. He's a Hall of Famer. Kevin Fagan, went into the league with a brutal knee injury, and so did Willis McGahee with a knee that nobody thought that he could play, and he got drafted in the first round. So we conveniently forget players that are, Fred Taylor, I've talked about. First 3-4 years, he was super injury prone, and then went on a run for like 6-7 years, I think, without any injuries, and put up incredible stats that, maybe even Hall of Fame worthy too, overall. And we use these arguments to our benefits. But we are not objective enough to say, well, there are guys that were injured and injury prone and then went on to have great careers. Drew Brees blows out his shoulder, and people are like, and it's kind of like the whole Willis McGahee thing. Willis and Drew Brees weren't injury prone, but they had devastating injuries that people said, well, wait a minute, how are you going to take a chance on that guy? And we were going to take a chance on an injury-prone player named Drew Brees that went to the Hall of Fame and won a championship. And we took a chance on an injury-prone Dante Culpepper with the knee. And little did you know, well, I knew, but little did you know, you take the guy that doesn't have the mobility anymore, and he's no longer the guy. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't we talk about that this weekend with Lamar and Michael Vick? Michael Vick being a moron, say, oh, no, you got to put on a brace and play. Yeah, both of you would be looking like a bunch of idiots playing with a brace because neither one of you are good passers from the pocket, Michael or Lamar. So Lamar's smart enough not to set himself up for failure. Without a healthy knee, if he can't run like the wind, he's not going to be effective. But we conveniently forget the players that have faced brutal career-threatening injuries and come back, or injury-prone players that do figure it out and go. When Greer said that, I then took a step back and I said, okay, and then I looked at the list and I said, well, really it's Tua, Teron, and Chubb, but Teron and Chubb did end up showing up for you in the playoffs. Tua did not. But let's not make it sound like the whole roster is full of injury-prone players. It's just overshadowed by 3 big players that we talk about, and especially Tua. But the narrative spun by some in the media would be, well, are you going to constantly take what? Why? Brandon Jones was constantly injured? I'm sorry, I must have missed that. Here's the thing. Oh, here's the thing. X has had injuries, right? But he's fought through them. Now, he had more injuries this year. But see, here's the funny part. 2 years ago, was anybody in the media saying that you had to trade X? Anybody? Did Cam Wolfe say it? No. Did Marcel say it? No. Did Adam Beasley say trade X 2 years ago? No. Did Dave Hyde say trade X 2 years ago? No. Did Greg Cody say trade X 2 years ago? No. Did Alan Poupart say trade X 2 years ago? No. Did Barry Jackson say trade X 2 years ago? No. Then you know what I would tell the entire media? Then shut the fuck up. Don't ever mention X right now. None of you ever mention X. Not one time. Don't ever mention that they shouldn't have taken a chance on X, because not one single media member in South Florida said trade X. Oh, except one, of course. There's only one. You know who you're looking at. You don't get to play this game, media or fans. You don't get to play it. You don't get to say, well, the Dolphins took a chance on X. No, my man. None of you ever said to trade X. None of you ever said it because you were all drunk on 10 interceptions. You were all drunk thinking, oh, we're getting this every year. When that's a generational year and it's over. You don't have back-to-back years like that. And that's the game that's played here by the media and by you, the fans. Okay? But you don't get to play that game on this show. You don't get lazy takes on this show. I'm not allowing lazy takes. So you pick on them for trying to stay with Tua, who's the number 1 rated QB in the NFL. But then you didn't pick on them to stay with X, who had off-the-field issues, multiple knee issues, constant asking for money, but he got the 10 interceptions. So you were drunk off the success. You were drunk off all the all-pro mentions. Oh, no, we can't get rid of him. Oh, you're an idiot. How do you want to get rid of him now? Well, it's called stock high, stock low. Well, right now it's high. That's when you sell. You can't sell when it's low. You can't have it both ways. You want to hang on to one guy that was clearly injury prone and had all kinds of Tua's only had the injury history. He doesn't have the baggage issue that X has. None of the off-field issues. There are no court dealings. There are no domestic issues. And there's no whining about money every single year. But you wanted to keep him. You want to hang on, media, fans, right? Because I didn't see Marcel Louis Jacques saying trade X 2 years ago. Didn't see it. Any other media member I didn't mention? Joe Rose. Did I hear Joe Rose say trade X 2 years ago? No. Who else? Anybody else I'm forgetting on the beat? Daniel Oyefusi. Did he say trade X 2 years ago? Did Joe Shad say trade X 2 years ago? In fact, they thought I was a nutbag for trying to trade X 2 years ago. You don't get to play this game where you pick and choose whatever the hell you want to do. And then when it's wrong, you get to hide behind the shell of, well, it's not me, it's them, or whatever, you know? Don't tell me that you take chances on injury-prone players like Tua, who's the number 1 rated passer, and you can't replace him. And Teron Armstead, yeah, he's injury-prone, but the dude fought through all the injuries and was there for you for the playoff game. And Bradley Chubb has not been a good trade so far. I get it. And maybe it'll look a lot better next year, but the dude sucked it up, and Chubb with the club was out there. Chubb was in the club. And then when you go, oh, well, they take chances like on X. Well, no. None of you get that chance. You don't get to say that. Why? Now because it's convenient for your argument? Oh, well, the Dolphins take too many chances on injury-prone players. Look at X. Meanwhile, go look at all my writing. Go look at my TV. Go look at my radio work. 2 years ago, I was like, no, keep X. Give him an extension. Give him all the money he wants. The phony-ass approach by some in the media, and especially the fans, it's really amazing. You got no answers. You don't know what to do. You complain about somebody, but you don't know how to replace them. You can't guarantee me the same kind of success. But you go ahead and complain because that's what you're good at. Media and fans. All right, you want to reach out to us, by the way, email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. You want to join, your business wants to join our platform, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. If you want to reach out to us and be a part of our platform, or if you want to be a sponsor also here for one of our big-time segments that we want to add more. Plus, we are traveling the Combine and the Senior Bowl and all that kind of stuff. If you want to sponsor some of our road trips too, please reach out to our business line at 786-754-4664. We're going to be joined by Marcel Louis Jacques in just a couple of minutes. Let's see, what else do we have? By the way, Sloman's Home Shield, keeping people in the country warm. And right now, California's facing some cold weather there. Storm after storm there in certain parts of California. Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, Maryland, Virginia, Georgia, all kinds of places. And I know you're paying for heating oil right now. Question is, what price are you paying? Do you want to save money? Of course you want to save money. That's a dumb question on my part. Call 1-866-OIL-DEAL, the great people at Sloman's. They've got a fixed price right now, sure to save you hundreds in the long run. And listen, if you're heating your home, your business right now in one of those states, call them 1-866-OIL-DEAL. You know exactly what you pay for heating oil every month, okay? All you're going to do is ask them, how much can I save? And they're going to tell you. And that's all you need to know. That's it. It doesn't hurt to make one phone call that could save you hundreds of dollars. And tell them you heard it here on the Big O Show. 1-866-OIL-DEAL. Call the great people at Sloman's. They take care of us. They've been taking care of Americans for over 100 years. And by the way, if you're looking for the kind of home security system that you need to give you peace of mind when you're away from the house and you've got cameras, if you want inside the house, outside the house, and we're going to give you a free doorbell camera. How about that? 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The first 40 Big O listeners right now will get a free doorbell camera. Plus, you use our professional installation and our low-cost central station monitoring. You're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME for Sloman's Home Shield if you're looking for the alarm, or if you're looking for heating oil, 1-866-OIL-DEAL. Call now and save hundreds at Sloman's Home Shield. All right, it is time to get The Edge with Marcel Louis Jacques.
Time to get the edge on the Miami Dolphins with our Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins report. When you want the energy drink that's delicious and smooth with zero aftertaste, you can only order Edge Energy Drink at myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com. Here's the ESPN Dolphin insider Marcel Louis Jacques.
All right, there he is, the man, the myth, the legend. Look at that, a Purple Rain shirt too. Damn.
Specifically, I wore this specifically for the show. Shout out Haley for the Christmas present. But
she gave you that shirt?
Oh yeah.
Damn, she's got good taste. Okay.
She's tough, man. This is
right. Well, I know she's
super
tough.
hard.
She's in this stinking business. You can't be soft in our business, bro. You will not last long in our biz if you're soft. That's for sure. You got them feelings. Yeah, you better drop it in this biz, boy. It's gonna run you over and over.
I don't know, man. I'm sensitive too. But I have my creative outlet for my sensitivity is usually just cyberbullying people. I'm gonna be completely honest.
There you go. I like that. Nothing wrong with that. No surprises, obviously, that they're obviously sticking with Tua, but it seems to shock people out there. You know, the funny part is, and now that you saw old ass 45 last night, and you see his ass is done. He needs to go by the way of, Father Time's knocking on your door. This is the part I love about the whole Tua thing. There are no options for you outside of Aaron Rodgers, and they can't trade him because of all the mess that they would be in cap-wise. Plus, you're going to have to give up a whole bunch of picks and all that craziness, which they don't have. So outside of Aaron Rodgers, there isn't a legitimate upgrade anyway. So I don't know how people are so quick on wanting to get rid of the number one rated passer in the NFL. That's the part I find hilarious. Nobody can give me a legitimate answer to who you would replace Tua with anyway.
And that's been my entire argument over the past 2 years has been, it doesn't matter. Like talking to y'all's favorite person in the world, Mina Kimes last year. She had bars for it last year though, and said it's not about Tua versus Burrow, Tua versus Herbert, Tua versus these people you could have drafted. That doesn't matter anymore. It's about Tua versus the people who are also available, who are realistically available. He's better than any draft pick you're going to get.
Well, she wasn't at last year. She wasn't convinced he could play at this level, at a high level. Let's be honest.
Neither was I.
I know a shit ton of you were wrong about that, but I
wasn't sure that he could. I wasn't sure that he could, but I wasn't ready to say he couldn't. Was my point. My whole point was I haven't seen it over a prolonged period of time. Like I didn't know he could. I haven't seen it over. He had what we're gonna call it 2 games last year where it was like, damn, this dude can sling it. The Jacksonville game and the Atlanta game, and they lost both of them. So like it was kind of like all right, I want to see him be the reason why his team wins. I said it a lot last summer. He proved it. I'm on board. It was that simple. It really is that simple. But it's
a lot of people had doubt that she was one of the absolutes. She was part of what I call the absolutes. I call the people that say, oh, he's too short. Oh, his arm is not strong enough. Oh, he can't run a high-powered offense. Oh, he can't see over the line. The absolutes, she was part of the absolutes. She didn't have any window open.
I think she actually said, like, you could tell the offensive line was a massive issue last year, but like some quarterbacks, bad O-line, bad supporting cast or not, you can tell that they don't have it. And she said it's clear Tua wasn't that kind of player. Like it's clear, like he's got something. Like I think, but same either way. The whole point is like there's nobody, whether it's free agency, whether it's the draft, that you can point at and say this guy's definitively better than the one that we have. Like Caleb Williams ain't walking through that door unless somehow they get the number 1 pick next year and Caleb Williams is available. If you're picking first overall, something went drastically wrong anyway. So yeah, I would say you pick Caleb Williams, but it doesn't matter. It's 2 years away. It's 2 drafts away. There's nobody in this class that's better than him. There's nobody in this free agency that's better than him. Derek Carr, I'm not even entertaining that anymore in these comments. I'm not acknowledging it after this. This is the last time I'm talking about Derek Carr. Garoppolo, no. Because, again, you got to part ways with assets to get a guy who is –
and he misses more games than Tua. What are we talking about here?
So, yeah, no. And then there's Lamar. Because, on Madden, Lamar and Tyreek and Jalen is a really fun option or offense to run. Sure. Lamar misses a lot of games at the end of the season as well. And you have to pay Lamar now. You have to pay Lamar now. Apart from the assets it takes to go get him, like, you have to pay it. So I just don't think it's realistic. I didn't know that this was that much of a debate. Tua is going to be the guy next year. You saw what can happen when everything's going right. The focus this offseason, how do we make sure things keep going right? How do we make sure, like, what is our
the debate raves because a shit ton of people were wrong about his abilities. So now that they're completely wrong that he can play at an incredibly high level, now they have to ride over on the injuries side, which is that's his real bugaboo. That was his only bugaboo now that people are noticing. So they need that part to kind of come in and happen for them. So that way it kind of covers their ass that they were wrong that he couldn't play. So that's kind of it's kind of snowballed into that. So that's what you'll have. You'll have the negative people because they need to be right to justify the fact that they were wrong about his abilities. So they say, oh, well, it doesn't matter. Either way, he can't stay healthy. So it doesn't matter that I was wrong that he couldn't play. He's a broken down dude anyway. And that's how they're going to feel better about all of this.
We'll see. I don't agree with him being one concussion away from being done. I don't want to undermine the severity, the gravity of his concussions this year. Like, yes, they were very serious. They were serious enough to end his season effectively because they happened so quickly, back to back, or, not back to back, but they happened within such a short time span from one another. It's not like he's like one hit away. It's not like, what's that movie, Varsity Blues, right? Where the centers, they have the concussion tracker on the score. That's not that case, man. Whatever his name is, chat, help me out here. I've only seen that scene. I don't know the movie.
I know what you're talking about, and I'm brain farting too. But go ahead.
It's not that he's not like one hit away. I mean, shit, man. We've seen Steve Young obviously had to retire because of the concussions, but he still had like 6 of them. Mitch Morse has had 6 of them. Like, it's not good. Long term, it's not better than not having a concussion, but he's not one hit away from, folding. He's not one hit away from never playing again. Like, I think that's dramatic. Now he is going to have to learn, and this is where, shout out Nick Hicks, because this is where you strengthen that neck muscle, man. There's ways to do it. Strengthen the neck so he's not whipping every time he hits the ground. Teach him how to fall. Teach him how to slide. Like, he's going to have to go through some sort of revolution this offseason to change the way he goes down. Because, like, after 3 times, man, it's not just a coincidence that you get ragdolled like that. You're going to have to figure out, like, something is happening. I don't know the specifics. I'm not a physicist here. But people who make a lot more money than me, whose jobs are to protect that guy, are going to have to figure that out, man. You can't keep falling like this. You can't keep hitting the ground like that.
Well, it also – listen, you will never get to the ground if you just release the goddamn ball. All those injuries are in 4 or 5 second range. I've already documented this on the show over and over again. The last concussion was at 4.81 seconds. It's not only just learning how to fall. Sure, that helps out, dude. I took judo for many years. They teach you how to fall in judo. I get all of that, my brother. But God damn it, bro. It's 2.8 seconds. Make an effing decision and get rid of the ball. More often than not, unless you have Jesse Davis blocking for you, you will not get your ribs crushed more often than not. But if you have Jesse Davis, then yeah, those are the times that you might get hurt because Jesse Davis is a terrible right tackle and he lets a guy go and he busts your ribs right on the snap. Okay, that may happen, but more often than not, his hip, his 2 ankles, his 2 brutal concussions have all come in the 4 to 5 second range. And to me, that's what shows me habitually what you got to stop doing. You're not Mahomes. You're not Russell Wilson, dude. You don't have the durability of Favre. You don't have the size of Josh Allen and Cam Newton. So stop it already, bro. Play like Marino. Play like Breeze. Play like Brady. You're a stiff. You're a statue. Make a quick decision and get rid of the ball. All those guys went to the Hall of Fame and they had no mobility, but they were also really smart at getting rid of the football. And to me, that's really what he's got to learn outside of, yes, of course, falling. Yes, that'll help a little. You know?
Yeah, I don't the Brady method did not work very well last night.
He's 45.
Brady could have been 35 or 25. Nothing would have helped them. Nothing would have helped them last night. That pass rush was relentless.
Mike Evans. He can't hit Mike Evans when Mike Evans is open, bro. Come on. It's over. It's done. It's over. And by the way, all the idiots that wanted Tom Brady last year, you would have traded for him, and you would have gotten an old man, and you would have ended up trading for your owner, not a player, is what you would have done last year to getting Brady. So everybody that wanted Brady, you were wrong, actually. And if you wanted Brady 2 weeks ago, boy, you're really dumb if you weren't watching this entire season. This has been the season for him. He has missed Mike Evans all over the place. He's off, dude. It's done already for him. He's got to retire.
The entire offense is off, which is kind of confusing since Byron Leftwich has been there for years, and they've been fine the past couple of years. I'm not really sure I don't watch the Buccaneers closely enough, but
Byron Leftwich is going to go down with the ship because he's part of the whole thing. He's not really the problem, dude. His quarterback got old on him finally. That's it. It's over, dude. That's it.
But
too much.
Tannehill back into it. I don't know about all that. But no, I mean, I think the issue with this offense I'd like to see changed next year or addressed next year is beating that press man coverage, beating that physicality, because that's where things started to deteriorate. The Chargers set the blueprint for it. I can't even say the Niners set the blueprint because there were so many plays to be made throughout that entire game. But the Chargers set a blueprint where, okay, if you just disrupt the timing a little bit, just a little bit, they don't know how to adjust. They don't know how to adjust. And that falls on Tua, that falls on McDaniel, that falls on Tyreek and Jalen, that falls on them as an entirety here. Like they as an entirety failed down the stretch.
McDaniel for that one. I'm blaming McDaniel for that one, that he wasn't
down
ready.
The stretch. The offense failed as an entirety down the stretch. And it's the what if question was again kind of tongue in cheek. Like I knew the reaction it would get when I sent, if Tua was playing ... on Sunday. But I think the real question there is, what if this defense played like that all season? Like if this defense played like that for the past month, for this entire season, then it wouldn't be such a disaster when the offense stopped carrying the entire weight of the team. I think that defense and special teams came around, a day late and a dollar short here. Like they finally hold up their end of the bargain in week 19, technically, wild card week. By then, this offense was deteriorated. They were hurt. They were injured. It was a bad final stretch of the season for them offensively. As far as O-line goes, you're banking on they did what they could, man. Like Teron hurt, Kendall Lamb hurt, Brandon Shell hurt, Austin Jackson hurt, Liam Eichenberg hurt. They kept they kept dropping. They're signing guys off the street and starting them at left guard by the end of the season. Like it was one of those situations where you could say injuries played a toll. Injuries, the season would have had a drastically different outcome if they were able to stay healthy. I can't say that this offensive line was bad because they couldn't hardly get the same 5 on the field for consecutive weeks. So I think they were really excited about Austin Jackson entering the season. I would expect him to be back in 2023, like back as a starter. Obviously, he's going to be back. I don't think they pick up his 5th year, but I think that I think he's back on the field.
Tua, you don't think they pick up Tua's 5th year?
I said Austin Jackson's 5th year.
Austin Jackson. Oh, yes, definitely not.
No, but I have come on the show and I've talked about where I think financially, I don't think I would pick up Tua's 5th year, and it has nothing to do with his ability as a player. It has everything to do with the risk outweighing the reward there. Because if he comes out and he does what he did for the first half of this season in 2023, you're signing him long term, and that 5th year doesn't matter anymore. Like you're signing it's
well,
the difference between what 8 million, give or take.
Can I counter on that?
Hit me.
You give him the 5th year, okay? It's already guaranteed. So he goes out and balls out this year, and bam, he has a monster year. He stays healthy. You get into the playoffs, maybe wins a game or two in the playoffs. Now you got to give him that $40 million contract. Well, guess what? That $40 million contract will start in the 6th year. So you technically, okay, like see, people will look at it as the negative. They'll say, well, wait a minute, dude, if you tag him now, you're locked into that year. You guarantee you might have to give. What about if he gets injured? Okay, that might be the bad. But the good is if he does ball out and you didn't give him that 5th year, now you got to give him a long-term contract. And Lee Steinberg's going to say, yeah, let's start talking about all these guarantees. Instead, well, we picked up your 5th year. Now we're going to extend you past your 5th year. So you're getting a bargain in that 5th year at $22 million, because if he balls in year 4 and you have to give him a new contract, you're going to be paying him a lot more than 22.
Which makes perfect sense in theory. There's just not much precedent of quarterbacks playing on their 5th year. There's not much precedent. Either you generally, after this year, after year 3. And that's why that option exercise comes after year 3. You generally know after this year, because of his injury history and because of the new coaching staff coming in, like he's getting another year. There's, like I said, there's just not much precedent, and I do not think Steinberg Sports and Chris Cabot and Lee Steinberg are going to be very happy if he has to play on that 5th year option in year 5. I think they're going to say, look, man,
wait a minute. You're missing the boat here. If he kicks ass in year 4, doggy, in the
I understand the positives. I understand the pros and the cons here.
No, wait a minute. Hold on a second. You're not following me. In the off season of between year 4 and 5, you already gave him the option. So he's already going to play on the option. But before he gets to that option year, you have already agreed to a contract extension to that, with guarantees that are coming down the line. So you'll be fine going into that 5th year because you will have a 6th and a 7th and all that kind of stuff. So you'll feel good about re-signing him. And as a franchise, you save money on his 5th year. So you got him cheap for 4 and then the 5th. And by the way, for a little moment, I really don't give a shit about Lee Steinberg's, feelings if I'm the Dolphins, because I have stood by your client through the injuries. So you're going to have to swallow the 5th year, and he's going to have to play for it because you got to make up for some of the stuff that he's missed in the past while we stuck with him. So your big money comes in year 6, baby. Like it or not, take it or leave it. We have all the leverage. You don't, Lee Steinberg. So that's it. Too bad, so sad. That's the way I would handle it, because you have all the leverage as long as he's, able to play the game.
It just it seems a little odd, because from my memory, Greer said they were picking up Wilkins' option last year when we talked to him.
Yes, he did.
He didn't outright say it this year. We got the okie doke. We got the yeehaw, the runaround. We got the nothing's off, everything's on the table.
Why would he tell you guys anything?
He just told us last year when he's doing something. He just did it.
Yeah, but that's with Wilkins. That's like a no-brainer. With this one, there's a whole bunch of other things that are, in play.
That's okay. So that's my point. That it's not a set in stone thing. So it's kind of a volatile argument from both sides from what I see on social media. But it's an argument. There are two sides. There are two sides to this. It isn't like a slam dunk. Of course they do it. Like Mahomes,
Oh no,
I think
it's a slam dunk that they do it. There's no doubt because it makes sense to do it moving forward. It puts your franchise in a more stronger position just in case he does perform. Just like they asked him yesterday, "Oh, you're going to make any changes?" He's not going to tell you if he's going to make any changes.
Staff-wise, I understand because there's extenuating factors.
Everybody's got to ask it, but they weren't going to tell you shit yesterday about anything that they're going to do. You know what I mean? It's like, and by the way, he did kind of tell you with the defense.
I expect changes on defense. Let's just put it that.
No. There's guaranteed changes coming by the answer. You asked him specifically about Josh Boyer, and he never complimented Josh Boyer directly. He complimented the team, the defense, the players, the coaches, never mentioned Josh Boyer when he was asked specifically about Josh Boyer. He refused to specifically credit Josh Boyer. That's all I need to know. Now, that also means that I like Josh Boyer, but I don't want to overcommit now because if I find a veteran proven defensive coordinator that's available, it ain't going to be Fangio because it looks like he's going somewhere else. But if there's another guy, I don't want to go crazy on Boyer now and tell people how much I love him. And then I went and got a veteran established guy. So maybe I do love Josh Boyer, but I'm not going to tell you right now. And then that gives me the opportunity of making the changes or not because he stayed so vague with that answer.
Kind of apples and oranges there, just because like other teams can come in and swoop and negotiate. Like when it comes to like picking up your own player's option, like nobody else really has a choice. Like no other team can do anything. So like you don't lose anything by being on. I don't know. I thought it was unnecessarily vague if you've already made your decision. So I don't think that they've made a decision on that yet, which more or less is what we were told. I see the pros. I see the cons. I think that being locked into that 5th-year option, again, has its pros, has its cons. I think it's irrelevant because if you like him, if you know this is your guy, if he does that again, every team counts on a big money contract for their quarterback. So it's not like they're going to be like taken by surprise and go, oh my God, oh no, we can't afford Tua now. He's good. We wish we had that 5th-year option. Like, no, I think you prepare for situations like this and you're already getting away with it now because you ideally the recent precedent has been set to where that big contract comes after year 3. So you're already getting an extension on that. You're already getting time to let the salary cap continue to expand and explode. Like he told us yesterday, man, like we always have flexibility. We always have financial flexibility. How the cap looks this year right now is not how it's going to look before the beginning of the season. So like I just think the 5th year is so irrelevant of a concept that it's not worth locking yourself into if, God forbid, if Tua can't get through another season healthy. Because I'm sorry, no matter how good he plays when he's healthy, if he can't get through 2023 healthy, I'm talking a game or two missed at absolute max, and it has to be a crazy injury, absolute max, then you can't sign him long term because he has not proved it over the first 4 years.
But if you don't extend him, if you don't pick up the 5th-year option, and he does have a healthy year and he completely balls out, instead of the $22 million, you will be paying $40 million that year. So it's up to you. It's either taking a chance and rolling the dice that he's going to stay healthy and say, well, I'm going to take the chance to stay healthy and I'm going to take care of my cap a little bit better with $22 million than a $40 million number. You know what I mean? And so that's
why this is still such a debate. Like I said, like that's why it's not just like a layup. Like no shit, we're signing. We're picking up Christian's option.
It's a layup.
It's not like a no-brainer. Like, of course, we're not picking up Noah Igbenogany's 5th-year option.
It's a layup for me. If we're talking Tannehill, then we got an argument because you're not really giving it to a real franchise player. You're just kind of hoping that he turns like Kyler Murray. Kyler has teased me too, and I think he's a passer, but he has yet to really cross that threshold. But you gave him that deal. which
They gave him the deal. They gave him the deal because he twisted the.
Kyler Murray doesn't deserve that deal.
No, but they gave him the deal because he twisted their balls. Like that was a player flexing his own muscle there. He had them in a vice and said, "I dare you not to pay me." They had no choice but to pay him. I don't think Tua's that kind of guy.
They had a choice. Force him to play on a fifth-year tag, and if he's any good, then you tag him again. You can control him.
Ironically, I was going to say it would be.
Listen, they paid him because they're pussies, and they knew they had a petulant little punk, and that's why they were going to lose him because he's not really a professional yet. And he has
balls in a vice. That sounds about it's more or less by semantics here. Semantics here. That's basically what I said. He had them in a vice. If you're not a pushover of a front office, then you can't. Your huevos are not in position to be grabbed by your starting quarterback like that. Like you can't be dominated by your starter if you're not a pushover front office. They are.
You can't put a study clause and then take it out. I mean,
he didn't move. Like they presented him and they signed him. Like that's what happened here, man. Like if you're a tough front office, like you're not in position for that to happen. Like I said, I think the fifth year it's just so irrelevant. Like I think if he's healthy, he's as good as he was this year or better, like you're gonna pay that and call it the cost of doing business. You know what I mean? You sign him to 40, 45, whatever the hell it's gonna be. You wipe your hands, you let the ink dry. Again, cost of doing business. That's a starting quarterback salary in the NFL. It is.
And by the way, Bromar, Adam Beasley was right. Dolphins are taking a big gamble with Tua. Bromar, Adam Beasley doesn't know jack shit. He said Tua can't play. So he was wrong already. He's part of those kind of people that was wrong about his ability. He doesn't get to talk about the other stuff that's obvious. The injury stuff came from Alabama. Okay? That's why I said when he came out of college that you can't trust his body. He's a hell of a player, but you can't trust his body, right? The difference is Adam Beasley's got to lean on sensationalism, and since he was wrong about the player and the ability of the player, now he chooses to go after the injuries, okay? So let's just call things like we see it, Bromar. If you got no balls, Bromar, which you obviously have no balls, that's the problem there. So, and also you probably didn't do your homework, but you want to be lazy and give somebody credit who's actually being lazy himself at the same time. Okay. So let's just call shit like we see it. Because there's a lot of guys even on with us that didn't think he could play and they were wrong too. Okay. So, and I tell them that they were wrong. That's the difference. You know, I'm not a phony. I'll tell you when you're freaking wrong, right to your face. That's the difference. Okay. So Adam Beasley has zero credibility in this case. All right. And he can't say that they took a chance on X, just like most of the media members, including the guy that's on with me. You can't say he took a chance on X because 2 years ago, when I'm saying now's the time to unload X, nobody agreed with me.
Wait, hold on. I wasn't here 2 years ago. Don't put that on me. I was thinking about.
You didn't say to trade X
2 years ago. Not
10 interceptions. You did not say to trade X. You did not say that.
I wasn't here. I didn't start coming on the show till last year.
I know, but what I'm saying
January 2022.
But did you say to trade X after the 10 interceptions?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. It wasn't my team to cover. I didn't care. Don't put that on me. Don't put that. Don't include. I feel like that 50 Cent. What are you saying?
We'll let you off the hook. We'll let you off the hook. Right, let me ask you something here. Let's get to reality, okay? Because the idiots out there, at least you're in reality. There's no replacing Tua. There's no options out there to replace Tua. So
no, you're not replacing Tua.
But you got to replace Teddy. And Skyler has not done enough to be a number 2. You and I have to agree on that, right? You agree on that, right? He's still a project 3, right? Still.
Yeah, that's where this is going to be. That's where it's going to be kind of confusing this offseason. I think they're high enough on him that I don't expect another Teddy level backup signing next year. I think that you bring somebody who's going to compete with Skyler. I think you're getting like kind of the same level in, because like the problem with Skyler is not the physical It's not the physical talent. Like I said, physically he is what he is. He is what he's going to be. It's up here. So in theory, in time, by the time next training camp comes around, that processing clock has sped up and he can make these quicker decisions. It's not like he can't he can throw the ball. He's mobile. He's athletic enough. Like he's a fine quarterback. He's a fine backup. It's up here. It's up here. Totally. So like that's why I don't know because you can't just keep having 3 quarterbacks on your active roster forever.
I think with Tua you're stuck with that. I believe with Tua you have to have 3 quarterbacks until he goes on a run of 2-3 years of finally figuring things out, getting rid of the ball, not taking nearly any.
Two on your
two, but
2 on your active, 2 on your active, 1 on your practice squad. Like that's how it is. But that's how it always is.
No, I know you're right. I just think in their case, they're stuck with 3 because of the whole Tua situation. You have to kind of protect yourself and be a developmental guy. And I guess the question I was going to ask you was useless then, because I think they got to go after either a Minshew, a Cooper Rush, an Andy Dalton, a Taylor Heineke, a Joe Flacco, and a Sam Darnold. I'm not a Baker guy, so I left Baker out. But if you want to include him there, if you were going to replace Teddy with a more proven guy. And one of the things I told Poopart, I think you're going to be one of the sexy destinations for backup quarterbacks because no state tax, a beautiful offense that has incredible weapons, and a starting quarterback that's going to miss some games. Because
that's the one. I was about to say we're leading up. We're leading up.
But the no state tax and the offense being able to put up stats, that's important to them too. You know what I'm saying? Obviously,
it's not insignificant. It's not insignificant. Right. But yeah, it's an attractive job because you get, especially for guys who are trying to rebuild their image as a starter, like a Darnold or a Baker or maybe a Heineke. I think Minshew, that ship has sailed. Heineke, it's probably sailed as well. Let's be real. But Darnold.
Why do you say a Minshew and Heineke? Why? Why do you say?
I think they're backups. I don't think they're starters. I don't think any amount of extended play time is going to convince a team that this is a multiple year starting quarterback.
Yeah, but
Minshew, first of all, already had a shot.
You're worried about the Dolphins. The Dolphins are looking at it, and you're those guys.
No. I don't think you understood what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, especially if you're a guy who's trying to rebuild their image as a starter, I'm saying that ship has sailed for Minshew and Heineke. But a guy like Darnold, who he plays well enough in spurts that people aren't ready to bury that narrative. This is an attractive fit.
Which one would you sign if you could get one of the backups? Which one do you like?
Darnold, probably.
You could throw Baker in there if you like Baker. I don't know.
Probably, I would say probably Darnold.
Interesting.
I don't know about Baker. Is just going to be too much. It's going to be too much conversation nationally. It's just going to be too much of a distraction. I don't feel like doing this whole song and dance again. I think like Darnold, I think people will accept like, yeah, this is a backup quarterback. He's going to get a couple opportunities to shine, yada, yada, yada. But like, he's quiet enough of a personality and he's quiet enough, like in terms of the allure around him, that it's not going to be this circus when he comes in. And that's unfair a little bit to Baker because but it's the persona that he has built for himself. Like, it's not like people did this for him. It's not like, oh, he's just quiet and everybody's talking for him. Like, I feel like a lot of people talk for Odell when he doesn't necessarily do a lot of talking himself off the field. Like, his persona has been artificially manufactured. I don't think that's the case with Baker. I think Baker built his own house here and he's got to live in it. But I would probably say Darnold. But like I said, I just think I think that they believe in Skyler enough. I think they believe in his physical talent enough and that he just was a rookie this year. Like, it's not like he was I can't say he was just a bad player. Like, oh, wow, he sucks. It was just, no, he just looks like a rookie that, wasn't having to operate offenses like this at Kansas State, was able to use his athleticism and hang on to the ball and extend plays forever at Kansas State. But that's not necessarily the same exact thing. It's not, a A to A fit here. It's not it's not a seamless transition to the NFL. He just looked like he wasn't He wasn't ready to be playing like that yet. So I think they believe in it. If that clock can speed up, he is fine as a backup. He is fine in an emergency. Thompson is fine. It's fine. He can go out. He can go out there and win you. He can go out there and win you a game.
That clock has to speed up, bro.
It has to speed up. It has to speed up. Don't get me wrong. So, like, I'm not saying no competition next year. Bring in a quarterback. Bring in two. Shit. Draft a quarterback late. I don't care. Bring in some competition for him. Not without a doubt. The job is not his it's not cemented. It's not written in stone. But I think that if that clock speeds up, he is fine if you need him to go win you one game. He just did it. Yep. If you need him to go win you one game, he just did it.
I just thought about this. The potential for Baker commercials. He's on the gondola. He's playing tennis. He's sliding down the
Please,
slide.
no more Baker commercials like that. That is the reason why I stopped liking Peyton Manning's, because I kept seeing him everywhere, and I don't need to see Peyton everywhere.
Yeah, but
I like him now. Let me be clear with coworkers. I like him now. But like,
Clark, I mean, it's endless the amount of commercials we can do with Baker on that property. Like Cleveland was a boring site. It just had a stadium. You know, the key code was just one number 6. You know, this is here you could do a lot of things on this property. I think that, there's a lot of potential. Now I was thinking about this, not Baker the quarterback. I'm just thinking Baker the commercials. Could be a lot.
Yeah, your backup quarterback ain't getting commercials, bro. I feel like that's something like if they come in, they'll be like, hey, none of that.
By the way, do you believe that that Tom Brady should retire? Just out of curiosity.
Probably should have retired last year.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you would still have a wife then. So that's how it goes. All right, what do you got going on ESPN so folks can check you out, my brother?
We're working on a long form piece on Mike McDaniel's first season. Matter of fact, I need to open up the edits to that and read it, put a bow on it now that the season is over. That's hopefully coming out either by the end of this week or early next week. And then, man, ideally, y'all ain't gonna hear from me except on this show twice a week. I am ready I am ready to chill. I'm ready. This is we got 2 dead periods. You get 2 dead periods every offseason, right? There's that space between whenever your team is their season ends and the NFL Combine. That's about a month. And then there's after minicamp and between minicamp and training camp. That's the real dead period where there ain't shit going on. Now, like there's still the All-Star games. You get the Shrine Bowl and the Senior Bowl. I'm not going to either of those though.
I'm not going to see you in Mobile, bro. Come on.
I'm going to Mobile, bro. They are going to have to tell me go to Mobile or you're fired for me to go to Mobile. That's not my city, bro. Like I hate being there. And I don't think McDaniel and Greer are even going or they're talking. So
no, Greer always talks in the Senior Bowl. All GMs talk in the Senior Bowl.
You telling me? You're telling me? I'm telling you. I don't believe he's talking. Like I was told he's not talking. Like don't expect them to talk.
So this is the first time they stopped doing it because they do it every year. Like on Wednesday, usually is the practice in between the two.
I've walked by. I've literally walked by the Dolphins beat, talking to Greer, like a little table session at that old stadium, I haven't been to the new one in Mobile.
Lad Peebles.
Yeah, Lad Peebles. Look, man, like it's cool for what it is, I guess, but like I just like every time I think of it.
I don't know how you don't like going there.
Every time I think of it, I just get exhausted, man. I just get exhausted.
It's my favorite week when I would cover the NFL.
Indeed.
It's the only time I can corner all these dudes with no pressure, bro. There's no season, no nothing. Oh, man, the conversations you can have with people, I love it at the Senior Bowl, bro. Oh, I disagree with you.
Like it has its value. I just don't want to go. I didn't say it doesn't have value. I just don't like. I don't like going. It's a pain in the ass to get to Mobile. There's nothing to do in Mobile, so you go to the same 3 super packed bars at the end of the night. I forget what they're called, but there's like one in the lobby of a hotel. That's cool.
Yeah, inside the Riverview Hotel in the lobby, and then across the street at Veets.
There's a Veets. That's it. Actually, I met Therese Baylor for the first time at Veets.
I'm the mayor of Mobile. Remember that. I'm the mayor of Mobile. So,
if you venture a little bit out of those hotspots, man, then you're talking about like bars where you're smoking cigarettes in the bar, or people are smoking cigarettes in the bar. You're going with the townies everywhere. It's just a weird vibe of a city, man. Give me the Combine 10 times out of 5. Man,
yeah, I like the Combine too. A little bit more intense. Guys are a little bit more wound up a little bit in the Combine. A little less time they have sometimes. They don't hang out. I haven't been there in 3 years now because of the whole pandemic. I'll be going back finally this year. But over the 20 years that I went, less and less would go out because of cameras.
Yeah, but I mean, last year I've met a lot of the Dolphins coaching staff before they were introduced. Like I met Wes Welker out. I had conversations with Wes Welker. I had conversations with Frank Smith. I had conversations with Mike McDaniel just out and off the record. Man, he had this joke, man. He had this joke when we're at Prime, right? And this is the only story I'm going to tell just because it's a little taboo, but it's funny. And I asked him, because I had just sat down with him one-on-one after he was hired. I was like, you still got those red bottoms on? You still got those red bottom sneakers on? And he goes, yeah, man, like one of my favorite things to do is like when I'm walking by, I ask people, oh, hey, do I have something on the bottom of my shoe? And then he lifts the shoe up, and sure enough, it's just like the red bottom sneaker. Like it was just, and then just walks off to the bathroom. Like he's a funny guy. Like those are the situations that you love to that you love to be in. That's why I find value in the Combine. Not to mention, it's like summer camp, dude. Like I see people from across the country. I see Mike Dugar. I see Tashawn Reed. I see Charles McDonald. You know what I mean? Like I see Richard Johnson. I see Jordan Reed. I see all my friends from around the league, around the country, combining in there. So like, give me the Combine over the Senior Bowl, please. Although I do like the fried oysters, not the fried oysters, the char-grilled oysters at Winchell's in Mobile.
Oh, okay, all right.
That's the saving grace. Go check it out.
Winchell's is good, definitely. I've had plenty of Winchell's. Do you think Tashawn Reed would have enjoyed covering the Seminoles this year more than the Raiders?
No, God, no. That man.
I know they were better. They were actually better. That's why I was saying they were actually better.
That man, there is no amount of money that would get that man to return to Tallahassee in any capacity. They hated him and he hated them. I don't think I'm breaking news here for anybody who knows. I don't think I'm breaking much news here. Nah. That man did not have nice things to say about Tallahassee, and they did not treat him well.
He is living in Vegas, so that can't be too bad, right? You know what I'm saying? So,
he's the mayor of Vegas. We were out there last year. He got us into me and Daniel got us into Omnia, no charge. Like, that's my guy.
He's a good dude, bro. Good dude, man. I'm happy for him. They actually got a couple good guys on that beat, on that Raiders beat. So it's actually an interesting beat. They just need to get an interesting team going over there. And that is a nice stadium, I will say, bro. All right, follow him on Twitter at Marcel_LJ and catch his work there at ESPN. Marcel, as always, thank you, my friend. We'll catch up later on in the week.
Yes, sir. See you on Thursday.
Thank you. Don't forget, myedgedrink.com, the finest energy drink on the planet. I tell you this all the time. I've been telling you this for about a year now, right? myedgedrink.com. Use our code BIGO. You will get 10% off. Get it delivered to your home, delivered to your business. Support the great people that support us. Edge energy drink. And as an elixir, it is off the chain. I love mixing it with my Grey Goose. It's usually how I like to have my drinks. Usually is with a little. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, I haven't had any vodka straight up in a while since I got Edge. Ever since I got Edge in my life, I use Edge all the time to mix it up with my vodka. Sometimes I would use it with cranberry, but now I use it with the Edge energy drink, and it is so good. Great elixir. Check it out for yourself. myedgedrink.com. Delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. Unlike most of those other energy drinks out there, and only 78 calories. That's the other thing. myedgedrink.com and use our code Big O. Get 10% off.
You now have the edge on the Miami Dolphins with the Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins Report featuring ESPN's Marcel Louis Jacques. Get the energy drink that's delicious and smooth with zero aftertaste. You can only order Edge Energy Drink at myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com.
All right, so the Browns ended up hiring Mr. Schwartz, Jim Schwartz, as their defensive coordinator. Didn't they interview the great Brian Flores? I think Brian Flores is getting a lot of those just interviews. I don't think he's going to really end up being the guy, and especially head coach. That's what they did over in Arizona. They weren't going to hire him as a head coach. Are you kidding me? Although it would be funny to see Brian Flores and Kyler Murray in the same locker room. That would be actually hilarious. I would love to see that. That would drive Brian Flores crazy. Because Kyler Murray, man, I'm a Kyler Murray guy, but wow, I didn't think he had these kind of maturity issues coming out of school. And when I saw him coming off the field this year and ripping into his coach, I'm like, yo, bro, who the hell are you? You haven't done anything yet, you know? And I'm going to end up being wrong about that kid. I thought his real issue, this is the funny part, was going to be durability, that he was going to get hit. And because he's small, that he won't be able to survive many hits. And he probably won't. But, dude, he is so fast. You can't get a shot on the kid. So that part was gone. And then he can play. He's actually a real passer. But he has just not crossed that threshold. It's a shame. Ability's there, man. If he matures and he wants to take it serious, Kyler Murray might be able to become a player. Chargers fire offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi. Coach Frank Ponce leaves to Appalachian State to become their offensive coordinator and QB coach. He was the QB passing game coordinator here, not the OC. So that's, but as I told you with Manny, for those of you out there that are worried about this, I just want you to know that I don't believe that this was really about football. I think they were happy with Frank Ponce. I think Cristobal would have loved to keep Frank Ponce there. I think Frank Ponce left because, he's got a woman that left Miami to go be with him in Appalachian State. And then he gets the offer to go to Miami, and he leaves her to go to come here to Miami. And I think he's gotten a little, homesick for his wife, even though this is home. But I think that's his new home with his girl, and he loves coaching at App State, and it's a great place to live. Western North Carolina is a really nice area. There are certain places there that anybody would love to live there, man. Good people, and especially if you're living more in the elevated areas where obviously the weather is fantastic. North Carolina's kind of got that luck, although, man, it looks like the tornado zone's moved a little bit more east than it was in the Midwest. But normally you don't get really tornadoes there in the western part of Carolina. You don't really end up getting like the brutal winters. You don't get the brutal summers also. So you're kind of like in there. And then you're in Western Carolina, you're away from hurricanes where they would really affect the coast because you're all the way inland also. So it's kind of like you're in a nice zone in eastern Tennessee, western, Carolina normally. Although I don't know if the tornado alley is moving a little more east, it seems like. So maybe that might be an issue down the line. But overall, it's like a really good area climate-wise and all that, the eastern part of Tennessee and the western part of North Carolina. So I don't blame him also if it was for quality of life. It's a pretty good quality of life up there too. So it was personal and quality of life and all those things with Frank Ponce. I don't think it was really so much about football. I think it was more about family, more than anything else, person that he loves, I think that's what it was. Plus, he gets to do what he loves coaching at App State, and they enjoy having them. Obviously, if they brought him back, when somebody rehires you, it's because they like you, man. They enjoy what you do, So that's always a great sign. Any company that is willing to rehire you, and that means they respected what you did the first go around, and clearly they respected what Frank Ponce did for them. So just in case if you don't know exactly, Frankie Fresco, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, fun fact, the Bills cheerleaders were suing the Bills a couple of years ago, so they got rid of them and brought a drum line instead. Did not know that. So I didn't know the Bills had no cheerleaders. I didn't even realize. I mean, I'm not really looking, you're looking at the game. I'm not at the field. By the way, were there any other super chats during this time? Did I miss anything, Sean, outside of the one that just came in with Frankie? Because if you did, by the way, remember you can also send in through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. And of course, you can also send in Bitcoin. You can make a Bitcoin donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. And I think we didn't. Oh, we did. Oh, Christian D, thank you. He says Barkley may be available. Could we? Should we? A running back. Oh, Saquon, you mean? I think they're going to give him a new deal. We'll see. Christian, I don't like getting into people that aren't labeled straight out a free agent yet. I'll do the one with the quarterbacks because these are backups that we're talking about just to have some fun. But I would rather them draft a guy in the second or third rounds. They do have 3 picks there. One of them could be a running back, and you can usually get a pretty damn good one in that area. You know what I'm saying? Saquon, he does have an injury history too. And that's my problem, that he's headed into free agency and he's kind of played his ass off in the year of free agency. So that's, that kind of sucks. So I'm not going to go with that, but Frank, thank you for the love on the super chat. As you referenced Spicoli to McDaniel, wouldn't it be great if Spo mentored McDaniel? Spo is so precise with his words. He communicates eloquently. Well, listen, I think they can pick each other's brains and all that, and especially he can pick Spo's brain, but Spo's not going to help him with streamlining his game day, shortcomings. And that's the thing that he's got to, drastically improve on, is those shortcomings in a big time way. All right. The other thing, changes. This is kind of the theme for people at the end of a season. And I really want a lot of you to kind of take a step back and changes with what? You want to get rid of the number 1 rated quarterback in the NFL? That might not be a smart change when there isn't a better option out there. Your QB is playing elite. You want to change the front office and the coaching staff because some people they're not convinced with McDaniel anymore. Some want to get rid of Chris Greer. Well, hold on a second. They had all these injuries, yet the front office was able to find more players. The coaching staff was able to coach them up, and they almost beat one of the best teams in the NFL with a 3rd-string quarterback and a shit ton of injuries. So I'm happy with the front office. I'm happy with the coach. I'm happy with the quarterback. Do I want better luck overall? Yeah, that's kind of the way I look at it. Because the front office continued to fill and come up with players. From Kohu helping you out to finding Robert Jones helping you out to Brandon Shell, helping you out to Skylar Thompson helping you out. So you had all kinds of people that had to step up and fill voids throughout the year. And somehow or another, and even with the Keon Crossins and the Bethels and the Veron McKinley III, all these other guys that had to fill in, not necessarily were elite players or very good players, but they did the best they could and did a serviceable job at times. So the front office found ways to keep you afloat. The coaching staff did a good job of overcoming all that. Your quarterback in the first 11 games got the 8 wins for you, even missing 3 games. That in itself is one hell of an accomplishment. And I get it that the concussions make you worry a little bit, but again, you don't have a better option. There's not a guy you can say, oh, no, we'll plug this guy in and for sure he's going to do better than Tua. There's nobody out there. It doesn't exist. So while all this stuff is breaking up or piling up on you, you're still finding ways to stay alive in the playoff race, and you still made it to the playoffs, and you almost won a game that you had no business even being in the game, and somehow you did it. Look, year after year, there's been all kinds of disappointments in the past with different coaches. But I don't know how people don't feel better about what's going on right now. And it's more about the bad breaks than it was the bad play. Okay? Sometimes it was more about some of the bad decisions that were being made than necessarily the play on the field. So a lot of this stuff, with a little luck and with better coaching, you could actually correct a lot of this stuff. That's why I don't understand the need for change, the desperation for change, when I don't feel like I felt with Joe Philbin or Brian Flores or Cam Cameron or Dave Wannstedt or whoever else has been here. The changing part, the desperation to change, I don't understand that. Don't forget, you can reach out to us at 855-912-1056, the Welton Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056. Our business line, if you want to be a part of our business, 786-754-4664. If your business wants to promote your product, be a sponsor of our show, help our platform grow and reach all kinds of new clients locally, statewide, throughout the United States and throughout the world. We actually reach all levels now. We have audiences at all levels. So if you're a national sponsor like Sloman's Home Shield, like Edge Energy Drink, well, guess what? We reach a national audience. If you're a local audience like Craig Zinn's Acura Pembroke Pines, we got you covered also. If you're like Essential Moving Experts, that they can handle the state and nationally, we got you covered. So please reach out to us. Reach out to our business line at 786-754-4664. By the way, Greg Cody. Okay. Greg Cody's a good dude. I read his article today, and this is the part I love sometimes about the media, how they play this game, right? And he basically, in his article, because I read it, it wasn't just about the headline. He thinks that if they believe in Tua, they should sign him now to a long-term contract. And see, this is the part that I was going back and forth with Marcel right now. Like, he doesn't think the fifth-year option is a big deal, and I actually do. I think it actually could be used in Miami's favor. Look, you're already at a disadvantage because you have the player yourself, so you don't know if the injury history is going to continue, right? So you're at a disadvantage right now with all of that. But it's funny how Greg Cody writes an article that you've got to re-sign Tua now if you truly believe in him, not the fifth-year option. Well, wait a minute. But if you re-sign him now to a long-term contract where you're going to have to give him $50, $70, $80 million of guaranteed money, why would that make any sense? Because the next article from Greg Cody would be, well, the Dolphins did what I did, and boy, they listened to me, and I'm wrong. No, he's going to be ripping the Dolphins going, how could you re-sign an injury-prone player to a 5-year, $175 million or $300 million contract, whatever the hell it is they pay them nowadays? That's what I love about all of this. Just like the whole X thing. If you hear anybody on radio or television, or somebody write that they took a chance with X and it was wrong, please look up where they said that they should have actually released him or traded him. Traded him, not released. I bet you they didn't. You can't have it both ways, dude. You can't have it both ways. And committing right now to Tua to a long-term contract is stupid. What you do is you give him the fifth-year option. That way you buy yourself 2 more years. Because if he balls out next year, you're like, all right, that's awesome. That's fantastic. Now we've got you locked into the 5th year. Let's negotiate a long-term contract. But if you don't give him the 5th year and he balls out next year, you now have to give him a brand new contract completely, because you don't get the 5th year anymore. You only get it now. This offseason is where you got to make that decision. And if you're the Dolphins, you have to make the decision of tagging him. That's the responsible thing to do, because if he does kick ass next year, and you have to go, listen, you can't think of negativity. It's like one of my buddies one day when I'm getting married, he goes, hey, what if you get a divorce? I'm like, yo, dude, I'm not thinking about that. It's not what you don't get married thinking about divorce. Although I do understand the billionaire or whatever that is, set and may have to have a prenup and all that. Maybe you do have to think about that in that case. That's the one little case, I guess, for prenup people that you got to think about. But outside of that, the rest of us are not really thinking about divorce. Normal human beings. You fell in love with this woman or man, right? The idea is you say I do, and you love them that much that you want to commit to them forever. That's kind of the thing. It's just, to me, it just doesn't make any sense to commit to a guy now. You do the things that are prudent, the things that are smart for your franchise. Keep yourself flexible. You don't have to commit now to a long-term contract. You commit to the 5th year option. That way he goes into his 4th year and you're protected if he has a great year. And if he doesn't, then you have to deal with the consequences. It is what it is. I remember when they gave Tannehill that contract of $17 million a year, people lost their minds. But that's where you were at that time. That's where the franchise number was at. And you decided at that time, but and Ryan had yet to show you anything. This guy shows you he's a franchise quarterback. That's the difference here. Tua has clearly shown you he is a franchise-level quarterback. His only issue is, can that franchise quarterback play every week? That's Tua's problem. That's the Dolphins' problem. But it would be silly to do what Greg Cody says, to go out, if you're committed to him, sign him now to a long-term. No, you don't need to. There's no hurry. And I completely disagree with Marcel. The 5th year option is important right now. I think you have to use it this offseason to protect yourself just in case. Because if you don't pick up the 5th year option and he balls out, now you're in a difficult negotiation, because you either got to give him the contract that he and Steinberg want, or you're going to have to tag him for $40 million. And that's hard cap numbers. Whereas if you agree to an extension, his first year salary might be 10, 12 million. And you can backload the rest in a signing bonus. Sure, the numbers will escalate down the line, but so will the cap. And so you hope to kind of offset it with that. The prudent, the smart thing to do for the Dolphins is to use the 5th year option and protect yourself. Sorry to haters and to disbelievers, but that's what you got to do. Nate Mandu says, yes, I prefer to forget about Byron. Dude infuriated me during the year. When your team is in dire need and fighting for the playoffs and you decide to wuss out, I have no time for you. Hit the door. Oh, he's gone anyways. They're not bringing that dude back. So, Lofi, there is no trade. Why would you make a trade? Again, Lofi, it's an incredibly stupid thing to trade him. What do you have? Nothing. You have nothing to replace him with. And that's the problem. So you do not want to trade him. And I'm sure teams would trade for him and take the chance because he can play at a high level. But trading him would be completely stupid. So, and, entertaining that thought is a waste of time. I don't really deal with silly hypotheticals that are an absolute waste of time. Big O, is that Fiedler bobblehead next to Tua? Yes. Right there. We got Tua, we got Fiedler. Got my Tua next to the Gallagher that DJ Gallagher gave us. And I got Fiedler standing in front of the edge. So for those of you that don't know, and you're just tuning in, we got, well, obviously, the one and only is at the top. And he's sitting on top of Eddie Van Halen, who's on top of Tua Tagovailoa. And then it's Freddie Mercury. Then it's Spider-Man, which is my favorite superhero, by the way. Then we got a Darth Vader, okay? Which I think, was it you, DJ Gallagher, that also brought me the Darth Vader? You know what? I really got to, put, stickers or stuff under some of these stuff that you guys give me and the name so I can remember. Like Dougie Fresh, I know, gave me Dougie and Victoria, I believe. Is that your wife's name? Is it Victoria? Did I get that right, Dougie? There's the Rush lunchbox in the back, if you can see it back there. See the Rush dude right there? And then we've got the Dan Marino over here on top of our Gallagher. And then we've got Bono. Oh, I'm sorry. We've got Jeff Conan. You can't see it there in the jack of the box. Here's my Jeff Conine. We love Jeff Conine. He's awesome. And then he's on top of Slash. So we ended up getting a Funko Pop Slash. Although this is a kind of different kind of Funko, right? This one's a different style. But it was really cool. So I had to, I'm a big Slash guy. Love Slash. Then Slash is on top of Bono from U2. And then on top of The Edge also from U2. So those are the Funko Pop collection. There is a Mandalorian behind the, I don't know if you guys are seeing it, but you can see there's a Mandalorian hiding behind the Eiffel Tower. And then there's Mike Schmidt right there. That's my favorite baseball player of all time. Number 20 for the Philadelphia Phillies. Of course, Dan Marino coming out of the side. I got that when he was in the Hall of Fame, inducted. Deadly Headley, the beer. There you go. Those are some of the things that are here. All right. Let's see. I'm happy where we are as a franchise. I think we have a promising future for the next few years, barring Tua's health. We're in a better spot than we've been in a very long time. Let's appreciate it. That's what I'm trying to tell people, that this is not what's happened the last couple of years. Love all the toys. You're just like me, a big kid. Yeah, I have zero plans on growing up. I don't know about you guys, but I have zero plans on growing up. Why the hell would I want to grow up? Growing up is boring. Super boring. Tua does not have idea to fall down. He twists him, and every time he lands on his back, on his head, think he's afraid of his hip. Well, Lewis, how come that didn't happen the first 2 years? You guys just make shit up. That's all it is. And you know what's the worst part? You hear other idiots make it up on television and on radio or writing it, and then you repeat the same stupid line. You make it sound like he's been concussed his entire career. It's just a season. That's it. He did have a concussion when he had his hip crushed by two fat people, but I mean that would happen to anybody that's, his size, and two 300-pounders land on your ass. But outside of that, concussions haven't been a thing for him. He got hit a lot his first 2 years, dude. He got hit every single time, pretty much, in the first 2 years. That line was terrible. Why didn't he suffer a concussion? Maybe it's just bad luck. If he's Jordan Reed, former Gator, tight end, a guy that had probably Hall of Fame ability, and the poor young man must have had 9, 10, 12 concussions in his career easily. And he kept playing for years, dude. He really shouldn't have played with as many as he had. That's different. He had concussions all throughout his entire career. It was a problem for him the entire time. But the funny part is, you all make it sound like he's been concussed every year he's been in the league. And it was only this year that he felt weird, that he got slammed, all of that. It wasn't like he was getting ragdolled the other years. In fact, last year when they broke his ribs, he was just like this, right? And they just, boom, and that's it. The guy got past Jesse Davis and just hit him right here and crushed him, and that's it. And his head went backwards and everything, and no concussion. But you all make it sound like he's constantly concussed, like this has been going on for years, when it's just one season, a couple of months, that he had terrible luck and that he happened to get ragdolled. That's it. Most of you must be Cubans, the way you exaggerate. Anyway, the NFL needs to address this concussion stuff again. The Bills' O-lineman literally pointed to his head. They took him out for one play, but the media kills for Tua every time. You know what? I saw that play, and it's interesting. Let me see if I can pull up that tweet. Let's see, NASDAQ up a quarter point, S&P barely up. Okay, so the market's not doing too bad. Let me see here. Let me pull something up for you that I did yesterday, because a player was complaining about that with the Bills, right? It was Mike Williams from the Chargers. And I answered back to Mike Williams. I don't think he ever answered me back. I don't expect him to answer back, because I gave him a dose of reality, and usually guys like that don't want to hear reality. They want you to tug their chain and, oh, you're right, and no, challenge him and all that bullshit. And I don't really play that game. So if I think you're wrong, I'll tell you. If I disagree with you, I'll tell you. I don't care. I'd rather you know where I come from. So Mike Williams was complaining about that play, and I had to, kind of explain to him that you can't have it both ways. Okay, here we go. Let's bring up the tweet for you and everything. Here we go. Wait a minute. What is this? Oh, there we go. Okay. Now I got it. All right. So, he shows the play, right, with the player getting concussed, and make sure. Okay, and let me play it for you. Okay, so let me play it for you for a second there, and you see here's the lineman coming around, boom, collision, right, and look, he's checking his head, and goes back, right. He has this collision, right. And so then Mike Williams puts out, hey, NFL and NFLPA, this is a concussion. He takes a hit to the head and wobbles. How is he not in protocol? Hashtag double standard. So here's my problem with all of this and Mike Williams. I said, or it could be incompetence, right? I said, time to get 15 spotters for every play and track every collision and every angle. Because literally that's what you're going to do, right? One person is not going to be able to look at all the contact on the offensive line and defensive linemen. One person is not going to catch all the contact between the offensive lineman, defensive lineman, the tight end and his opponent, the running backs and his opponent, the wide receivers and their opponents, or anything that the safeties or linebackers pick up, right? You're not, forget about it. So now you're going to need multiple cameras. You're going to need all kinds of spotters, spotting and looking at every single bit of collision that's out there. You're not going to catch everything. You're not. So incompetence is going to happen. They're not going to put 15 spotters for every play to keep track of every collision and every angle. Do you know why? Because then nobody's going to play this game. Last time I checked, how do offensive linemen and defensive linemen meet? Patty cakes? No, that's not how they meet. Or is there a head-on-head collision there going on? Oh, okay. And then I said to Mike Williams after that, I said, you play in a collision sport where warriors are mad if they're sheltered or shamed if weak. Make your mind up, dude. If we hold you back, you're pissed off. You're failing your team. You got to get out there. You're Tua Tagovailoa. Oh, coach, I need to put my helmet into this player. I needed it for my... No, you don't, asswipe. You're a quarterback. Nobody told you you're a running back. Somebody's got to grab Tua and tell him, yo, idiot. No, moron. You're not supposed to be putting shoulders into people. You're the quarterback, and a small one at that. Not a good idea. Half these players are pissed if you pull them from a game. And then when we pull them from the game, what are they? Soft. And then, last point I made to him, this is why they're not going to answer me back. It'll also help if players stop taking cheap shots at each other. Oh, so you want to cut back and you want to hit somebody in the knees and you want to whack somebody in the head and somebody's down and you want to, do something. Well, this is also the problem too in the NFL. Because last time I checked, they're all fathers and husbands and brothers and sons and cousins and uncles and, right, to someone. And sometimes many people, right? Well, why are you going out of your way to try to ruin somebody's career? Well, why are you taking a cheap shot at their head? So you want the league to look out for you, but you guys won't look out for each other and just play the game right. No, you got to go out of your way to try to be dirty and try to injure somebody because you're trying to get ahead of the game. Milano. Tua threw the ball. Did you have to push him? No. Right? So, it's just one of those kind of things. So you go out of your way trying to hurt someone. And that doesn't help either. Now, what's it? James Harrison? He used to take cheap shots at people all the time. What's the other guy? Burfsit, right? I don't know how it's pronounced. Vontez Burfsit. That guy, full of all kinds of dirty shots. One time, what was it, Colt McCoy? He went up and hit him up here instead of hitting him in the chest. And he did it on purpose to knock out Colt. And he was successful. So don't cry to me that the league is not protecting you when you're not willing to protect your fellow man. You're not willing to play the game right. You want to go out of your way to injure somebody. So, I saw that yesterday, and since you bring it up, I wanted to bring it up myself that, it's not as simple as people make it out to be. There's also a reason why there are problems in this league. The players create their own problems. Let's just be honest. Heat, by the way, lost to the Hawks last night, 121-113. Wednesday, they're in New Orleans. Friday in Dallas. Sunday back home against New Orleans. And Tuesday versus the Boston Celtics. I think I'm going to go out to that game on Tuesday. Panthers defeat the Sabres 4-1. They improved to 21-20-4. Bob had 28 saves. Kachuk had 3 assists. Tonight, they're in Toronto, 7 o'clock. And congratulations to the Canes. I don't really watch a lot of college basketball myself, but, I root for the Canes. They beat Syracuse 82-78. The number 17 team in the country is 15-3. They're 6-2 in the ACC. They've got Duke on Saturday. Okay. And what else do we have? January 17th in rock history. There were some things that went on in rock history on January 17th that were I would say pretty cool. And let's start off with, in 1981, Motley Crue formed with bassist Nicky Sixx. He left the band London and began rehearsing with drummer Tommy Lee and vocalist Greg Leon, who later left. Sixx and Lee then added guitarist Bob McMars, and Vince Neil accepted an offer to join, and there you go. In 1964, on this date, Rolling Stones released their first EP. It was called You Better Move On, Poison Ivy, Bye Bye Johnny, and Money. In 2001, on this date, bassist Jason Newsted left Metallica after playing with the band for a decade. Amazing. That's where Trujillo came in. In 2003, a long-lost recording featuring John Lennon and Mick Jagger went up for a bid at London's auction. The record was cut in 1974 with Mick singing the blues song Too Many Cooks and Lennon playing guitar. It had never been released because the artists were on different labels. It sold for about $2,300. In 1976, on this date, Barry Manilow had his second number one songs with I Write the Songs That Make the Young Girls Sing. Beach Boy Bruce Johnson penned the tune. I did not know that Bruce Johnson from the Beach Boys wrote I Write the Songs. Okay. All right. What else do we have? In 2005, on this date, Tenacious D. They brought some of their famous rocker friends to a benefit for the victims of tsunami in Asia, a concert in L.A. with Pearl Jam's Eddie Vedder, Foo Fighters' David Grohl, Beck, and Queen of Stone Age Josh Homme all performed, and they hung around for a closing show jam with the D. Tenacious D. There you go. That's what happened today in rock history. How about that? Oh, by the way, I saw this article, which being a classic rock guy, kind of felt good about it because people tell me that rock is, dead. And while rock and rap aren't nearly what they used to be, especially rap, by the way, but rock still has some bands that are still keeping it alive. And when it comes to classic rock, they wrote this article about 11 bands leading the classic rock revival. First on the list was Greta Van Fleet. Dirty Honey was number 2 there. Love Dirty Honey. They are I think they're the best underrated band right now on the planet. I think Dirty Honey is freaking awesome. Rival Sons, I love, another band I talk about all the time. Dorothy, she's a goddess. her rock blues sound. She's just phenomenal. Tyler Bryant and the Shakedown. Seen them in concert. They're good too. I don't know much about Crowlands or Goodbye June. They're on this list. White Reaper, don't know much about. And Larkin Poe is another one that's kind of don't know much about. Joyous Wolf, I do know. I've seen them in concert. They're really good. And Glove, also another one. So I know most of these bands that they put on this list. A couple that I didn't know, but it is true. You still have some bands that are still creating some great rock and roll. All right. That's it, I think. What else do I have here on the show to talk about? I think we're good for now. We thank, let's see, Cameron Wolfe, Manny Navarro, Marcel Louis Jacques. We thank, of course, the man, the myth, the legend that is Sean Stanley, always getting it done here on the program. He masters this entire platform. Remember, at the end of the month, we'll be in the Senior Bowl. So we'll be starting our off-season draft coverage and all that good stuff. And it's so good to get back on the road again, man, and go cover all this stuff. Thursday, we'll be at Hialeah Park. So please come out and join us. Friday, we'll be at KSDT CPA. You can't join us there, but you can call them. Yes, you can. And don't forget our friends at redrecover.com. Remember, wraps, 50% off right now. You're dealing with elbow pain, neck, shoulder, back, knees, ankles, foot pain, you name it. We've got a wrap for it. The ladies, we got that wrap that that pad you put on your face to take out the crow's feet, by the way, and also here too. So, red light therapy, and it's great for kids because it's all natural. There are no side effects. So if they've got some sore spots, ankles or something from playing some sports, and by the way, it optimizes your workouts too. Before and after, your workouts will get maximized. Even if you have bone on bone, guys like Sean Stanley get some relief from those from the wraps. And by the way, they're not tied to a electrical cord, so you're not tethered to the whole damn thing. It's a rechargeable battery. You can walk around your house while you're getting the treatment. You can work in your office while you're getting the treatment. It doesn't get in your way. It's all natural, man. Red light therapy's been around. Go to redrecover.com, find out more. And right now, take advantage of this deal going on. 50% off all the pads there at redrecover.com. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Well, actually, a little earlier at 8:45, but still the same place and the same bat channel. Have a great one.
This is the